Chapter 1. Ugh. In the dim room, a slight groan suddenly sounded from the bed. A moment later, a thin and weak shadow sat up from the bed and staggered to get up. He supported himself on the bed and staggered out of the room. After a few turns, he went to the balcony. He frowned and took out the cigarette that he had just picked up. He skillfully put a cigarette in his mouth and was lost in thought. After an unknown period of time, as the black shadow trembled, a curse sounded. TMD. I actually transmigrated. Using the flickering light of the cigarette butt and the faint moonlight outside the window, a boy with short hair stood naked on the balcony, looking at the unfamiliar yet familiar street outside the balcony with a conflicted expression. Damn it! He cursed again and threw away the cigarette, but that was about to burn out. He turned on the light and poured himself a glass of water. He sat at the dining table and began to organize the memory of this body. His father was from China and came to Japan with the tide of reform and opening up. He had already passed away. His mother, Eriko Ito, was a witch who helped his grandfather take care of the family shrine. He had two sisters. The eldest sister, Suzu Ito, was 24 years old. She had graduated from college 2 years ago and was a small supervisor in a company. The second sister, Rita Ito, was 18 years old. She was a senior high student in a private high school. She was excellent in both moral and academic performance. In contrast, this body was also a senior high school student. Because his father died early and he was in his rebellious period, he had the attitude of a Japanese biker gang. He entangled a group of friends to fight around the school and collect protection fees. What is this? A bastard? Say Ito. This was the name he started to use, muttered to himself while organizing the memory. His face was full of confusion. He took out another cigarette and lit it up irritably. His face was faintly discernible in the smoke. His left hand unconsciously tapped on the table and continued to organize the intermittent memory. After all, he had just merged. It was impossible to organize and absorb all the memories immediately. If he wanted to quickly absorb and accept them, he still needed to trigger them on a daily basis to accelerate the integration process. After about 3 cigarettes, the basic memories had been sorted out, but the other memories were still quickly fusing together, and the painful headache that made him want to die continued. He reached for the cup on the table and drank all the water in one gulp. Enduring the unbearable pain, he returned to his room and locked the door. He quickly returned to his bed and sat in a cross-legged position. With the passage of time, if it weren't for the frown and sweat from time to time, Ito-sei, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, would have fallen asleep. I'm having a headache about the section divider. In the morning, as the noise outside the house became louder and louder, Ito-sei, who had been sitting on the bed all night, slightly twitched his fingers, then slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Ito's expression was no longer as tangled as last night, only a touch of calmness. Clearly, the night of meditation was not in vain. That's right, after this night of meditation, the integration of the memories has indeed accelerated a lot. At least, it has allowed him to have a preliminary adaptation to the living environment of this body. Except for a lot of details and events that needed to be triggered to remember, it obviously didn't affect him living in this world as Ito-sei. He got up and slowly stretched his body that was a little stiff because of the night of meditation. After a long while, he sat back on the bed and stared at his right hand that was raised to his chest. In a flash, a cube that looked like a Rubik's Cube with 12 horizontal and 12 vertical squares appeared in his hand. Staring at the cube that was still rotating on its own in his hand, he silently said in his heart, "Is this the culprit of my transmigration? Then, according to those novels, as something that came with me, what kind of miraculous ability do you have?" Just as Ito-sei's thought fell, the cube in his hand instantly lit up with a dazzling silver light, illuminating the whole room into a silver-white world. Almost in a moment, the silver light in the room shrank again, shrinking into a grain-sized silver-white light spot. In Ito-sei's slightly squinted eyes, it flashed and disappeared into his forehead. Then, before the trace of astonishment in Ito-sei's eyes disappeared, a large amount of information came one after another. making Ito say, who had just experienced the pain of memory fusion, once again experience that inhuman pain. A humph, a low muffled groan unconsciously came out of Ito-se's mouth. Fortunately, although there was a lot of information this time, the speed of the fusion was indeed very fast. In just a few minutes, the inhuman pain receded like the tide, and in its place was a refreshing feeling that spread throughout his entire head like a clear spring. Ito-se closed his eyes and silently sorted out the information that his brain had just received. A few minutes later, Ito-se exhaled a long breath and said in his heart, is that so? It seems that my life is destined to become more colorful in the future. But Ito-se got up, stretched out his hand, and opened the curtains on the side. Facing the new life, he opened his arms and smiled silently. But I like it. Turning around, he opened the door and walked towards the living room. In the living room, an 18-year-old girl with a height of 156 centimeters was helping a middle-aged woman in her 30s with an apron in front of her chest. She had a slim figure and a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. She was carrying the dishes to the table. She also heard the sound of Ito-se opening the door. She looked up at Ito-se, who was walking down the stairs. Her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, but she didn't respond and put the manual ceramic bowl on the table, then turned around and continued to help the middle-aged woman serve the dishes. It's Ah-chung. Go wash your hands. The meal will be ready soon. The middle-aged woman looked up at Ito-se, who had already walked into the living room, and said softly, Got it. Ito-se used the tone in his memory and agreed. He looked at the girl who didn't speak, that is, his second sister, Ito-reina, and walked towards the washroom. Not long after, with another sound, a beautiful woman with a height of about 160 meters walked down. She was wearing a gray suit with a white shirt inside, revealing a large lace belt, a gray business suit, and a pair of black stockings wrapped around a pair of straight legs that were rare in Japan. She was wearing a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. Mother Reina, good morning. The woman smiled and greeted. Good morning, Rin. Good morning, elder sister. The two nodded and smiled back. P.S. Hey, I haven't written for too long. The writing style that I practiced before has been completely lost. It seems that it has become a bad writing style again. I can't even keep the 3K community depressing. But I believe in my ability. I will definitely be able to practice again in the future. Please support me. P.S. Abominable telecommunications. Abominable network failure. If it weren't for it, I really wouldn't have the determination to write. Although I've been thinking for a long time, I still wasn't satisfied with the settings. I wasn't afraid that I wouldn't have the motivation to write in the end. I wrote it according to the most satisfactory setting. P.S. Well, the sun is coming out. Chapter 2. After the three of them put all the breakfast on the table and found their own place to sit down, Ito-se slowly walked out of the washroom. His elder sister, Rin Ito, who had just come down and didn't see Ito Misaki, frowned slightly when she saw him. Then she smiled and greeted him. Misaki, it's time for dinner. Good. Ito-se nodded casually, went to the table, pulled out the nearest stool, and sat down. Seeing that the whole family was seated, Eriko Ito took the lead to do the Japanese dining etiquette. I'm going to start eating. During the meal, his mother Eriko, his elder sister, and his second elder sister were having a friendly conversation. Ito-se, who had just fused with his memories and didn't have any memory of what they talked about during the meal, just ate silently while listening carefully, hoping to stimulate more memories from their conversation. More than 10 minutes later, the eldest sister stood up first. I'm full. I have to go to work. Otherwise, I won't be able to catch the bus. Be careful on the road. Eriko Ito nodded and whispered. Got it. After putting the tableware she had used into the sink, she took the leather bag on the sofa in the living room and went to the entrance. She put on a pair of black high-heeled boots and opened the door, shouting without looking back. I'm leaving. Be careful. Bang. The door closed. You two are leaving too, right? Eriko looked up at the clock in the living room and asked. Yes. Second sister Reina nodded. Seeing Eriko looking at him again, Ito Minari also nodded silently. Then This is your pocket money for today. Spend it wisely. Eriko got up and took out a few 1,000 yen bills from the pocket of a red trench coat on the hanger at the entrance and gave it to the two of them. Only this much. Ito-sei subconsciously said when he took the money. This wasn't Ito-sei's consciousness at all, but his body said it instinctively when he took the money. Ito-sei frowned and thought to himself, "It seems that this is the effect of this body's memories." Obviously, Eriko seemed to be used to Ito Osari's complaints. She just glanced at Ito Osari indifferently, then walked back to her seat and continued to eat without saying anything. "I'm full." Ito Rina put down the bowl in his hand and stood up. Then, she picked up the bowl on the table and placed it in the sink in the kitchen. Like Big Sister, she picked up the bag on the sofa and walked towards the entrance. A moment later, she disappeared from sight with the sound of the door opening. "Then I'm leaving too." Seeing that only he and his mother Eriko were left in the room, Ito-sei felt a little uncomfortable. After all, as a guy who had transmigrated, this was the first time he was facing the biological mother of this body. He did not have any good feelings about this body. His attitude was like that of a thief, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. After finishing the food in the bowl in a few bites, he threw the tableware into the sink, picked up the bag on the sofa, put on his shoes, and ran out. Watching Ito-sei disappear from her sight, his mother, Eriko, frowned in confusion. Today's say seems a little different. A mother's line of sight. It's really uncomfortable. Ito-sei walked slowly to the side of the station and thought. Looking at his second sister Rina, who completely ignored him, Ito-sei did not want to look for trouble, so he thought about his own matters. 2,000 yen. It seems that besides buying lunch, I can't do anything else. And with the amount of food the Japanese eat, it seems that the following days I will have to live a life of hunger and hunger. He leaned against the pillar of the station next to him, closed his eyes, and began to carefully sort out the information given to him by the cube. The cube is called Rubik's Cube for short. It is a superdimensional universe creation. As for why it appeared on Earth, it is completely unknown. As for how he got it, it was completely a coincidence. The main function of the Rubik's Cube is to search the world he lives in, that is, all the dimensional worlds around the Earth with the Earth as the center, and enter them, collect all the material and non-material resources needed by the owner of the Rubik's Cube, and use these resources to build their own superpower of the world and rules inside the Rubik's Cube. Of course, it is not limited to the Earth, as long as it is in the surrounding dimensions of the universe. But obviously, Ito-sei is only a resident of the Earth, and he does not have the ability to support the energy needed to search. As for the energy used to support the operation of the Rubik's Cube, it is the power of the world. The so-called power of the world is a strange energy that will overflow in the process of any universe and planet with life. These strange energies are used by life in different forms to produce different effects and names. For example, Itai, heaven and earth's essence, etc. These are actually the power of the world. But obviously, because of the different levels and differences in understanding, the purity and effect of the energy used by life is inevitably not the same as the effect of the world itself. So there are various degrees of weakening. And those people and things who are born to use the ultra-pure power of the world are crowned with the name of God. A little digression, let's talk about the Rubik's Cube. So how does the Rubik's Cube absorb these energies? It's very simple, automatic absorption. But obviously, if it only relies on automatic absorption, the amount of energy absorbed will not be enough to do anything. So the second way appears. Since the Rubik's Cube automatically absorbs the power of the world, it has the most basic function. After searching the surrounding dimensions of the world, it can use the owner's spirit to guide the selection of the surrounding dimensions and then enter it. As an outsider, it can disturb the destiny of the world, thus causing a large amount of power of the world to overflow and accelerate the absorption. This is the source of the energy. After sorting out this information, Ito-sei used his mind to communicate with the Rubik's Cube to inquire about the amount of energy left. A tube similar to a thermometer appeared in Ito-sei's mind, and a bright red color appeared at the bottom of the tube. There is still a distance from the near scale that marks the foundation. It seems that it will take a while. I can use this time to exercise my body. Although this body is still healthy because of the pain in the balls, it is still far worse than the body of my previous life. Idose opened his eyes and looked at the bus that was about to arrive. Money. This chapter is basically a brief introduction to the most basic setting. And take this opportunity to tell the readers who came after me from another book, you know what I mean. Chapter 3. Training the body requires money, but without money, how can I train the body? Not to mention the equipment, the consumption, and nutritional supplement during training is a headache. It is said that the poor study while the rich practice martial arts. Without money, how can you practice martial arts? Although some traditional methods are possible, it is obviously not suitable for me. After all, as a person who has been practicing martial arts with his grandfather for almost 20 years, ordinary methods are not suitable for me at all. And even if I use ordinary methods to train, I have a Rubik's Cube in my hand. Who knows when it will have enough energy? When I go to another world, it is obviously not enough to rely on ordinary methods. And if I want to quickly improve my strength, I must use the prescription that my grandfather used to train me. Although I don't know the price of Chinese medicine in Japan, it is certainly not something that can be done with pocket money. So in the end, it is still about money. Idose glanced at his second sister, Ito Reina, who is not far away. Borrow money from her? Definitely not. Although it has only been less than a day since I transmigrated, but from Reina's attitude towards me during breakfast, I know that she is definitely not a good person. Ask big sister for money? Even if I can get it, it probably won't be a lot. Obviously, it is not a small amount. 10 or 20,000 is probably possible, but 100,000 is definitely not possible. Ask mother for money? Well, with the performance of this body. After thinking about it, it seems that I can only follow the old path. At this time, the bus arrived. Following the crowd, they got on the bus that was not too crowded and headed towards the school. Japan's public transport system is not bad. They did not encounter any traffic jams and soon arrived near the school. Idose, Ito Reina, and some other students who came on the way got off the bus and went to the school together. Yo, Ah-chum. On the way, a guy with bruises on his face came over. Before Idose could react, he reached out and patted Sei Ito on the shoulder. Kenji. Idose Ito shouted in a tone that is difficult for outsiders to hear. The person's name was Tanaka Kenji. He was also a delinquent in the same school as Idose. Moreover, they were in the same class. Therefore, the relationship between the two of them was quite good. If there were any bad things happening, the two of them would basically stick together. Thinking of this, Sei Ito's eyes lit up. It was like a drowsy person meeting a pillow. Wasn't the money coming? Ah Chung, you don't look too bad. Looks like you didn't get hurt yesterday. Tanaka Kenji looked at Sei Ito from head to toe. Not injure my ass, Sei Ito said angrily. Speaking of the fight yesterday, Sei Ito recalled what happened yesterday. The cause of the fight was a mess. When Sei Ito, Tanaka Kenji, and a few other guys were hanging out outside the school, they met a few pretty girls. They were all young and flirtatious. Sei Ito and the others immediately had other ideas and took action. However, he didn't expect that this operation would cause trouble. Those girls actually had companions, and they were all men. Moreover, they were all youths from the underworld and had drunk some alcohol. Now, under the influence of alcohol, the two groups of people directly started fighting. Fortunately, although those guys were slackers, they were somewhat sluggish and slow because of the alcohol. In addition, Sei Ito and the others were all young men. The two groups of people were evenly matched. However, Ito Seiji was the unlucky one. He was hit on the head by one of the girls and fainted. Fortunately, he fainted and didn't suffer any physical injuries, so he didn't have to come out with a mark on his head. But because of this, Idose Ito became Idose Ito. By the way, Kenji, do you still have money in your hands? Sei Ito sorted out his emotions and asked. In Sei Ito's memory, Tanaka Kenji still had some money in his hands. He didn't dare to say how much, but at least tens of thousands. Why? Do you need money for something? Tanaka Kenji asked in surprise. As he spoke, he dug in his pocket and a handful of gray-green bills appeared in his hand. Tanaka Kenji, counted that there were about 16,000 yuan in total. And I need money recently, and I don't want to wait for next month's protection fee. So I plan to look for you, Yamazaki, and Oda to raise some money. Seito looked at the money in Kenji's hand and nodded. Then I'll lend you this 15,000. I'll keep 1,000. You see, I'll lend you all the money. That's enough, right? Kenji happily took out 1,000 yen from his hand and then stuffed the rest of the money into Seito's hand. Thank you, Seito said with some emotion. He thought to himself, this body seems to have one or two friends worth making. After borrowing the money, Seito felt a lot better. The two began to talk about boring topics, as usual, while admiring the scenery of Japan under the skirts of female high school students. To be honest, there are really few beautiful legs among Japanese high school girls. A day passed quickly. The curriculum of Japanese high school was really easy compared to China. Basically, all the classes were finished around 3 to 4 p.m. After that, more than an hour was for club activities. As a member of the home club, Seito certainly wouldn't join any clubs. He took more than 80,000 yen from several friends and took the subway to a famous Chinese medicine shop near Tokyo. Although Japan also has a Chinatown, Tokyo doesn't have one. If you want to buy medicine, you can only go to the nearby big medicine shop. Chinese medicine is still very prosperous in Japan. At least you can use your mobile phone to search for a lot on Yahoo. After about 2 to 3 hours, Seito finally bought the medicinal materials he wanted to buy. Among them, Chinese medicine was easy to buy. The Chinese medicine shop basically had it, so it was easy to buy it. Even if it didn't have it, it didn't matter. After all, what he needed now was basic medicinal materials. They didn't need to be particularly expensive. When he needed it, he just went to Chinatown to buy it. But one of the snake venoms was really difficult to buy. He went to a lot of shops to buy it. He used a big bag to pack all the medicinal materials he bought and rushed home. When he got home, it was already around 6 p.m. It was obviously past dinner time. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his mother, Eriko, sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. You're back. Eriko looked at Seito. I'm back. Seito nodded and walked in with the bag. What's that? Eriko got up and came to Seito's side, intending to help Seito carry it. Chinese medicine. Seito didn't let Eriko take it. Eriko didn't care. Why did you buy these? She just looked at her son, Seito, curiously. In her memory, her son has never bought these things. Even when he was injured in a fight, he didn't buy these. It's useful. Seito didn't want to say more. After all, it was hard to explain. Moreover, this was more in line with his memory. Well, I won't ask. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go heat it up for you. Eriko didn't pursue the matter. Those things indeed emitted the smell of Chinese medicine, so she wasn't worried. Okay. Seito nodded and walked to his room. Eriko looked at Seito's back as he disappeared. She frowned and turned to the kitchen to heat up the meal. Being decisive in daily life was my weakness. I was still more used to fighting. Chapter 4. After dinner, Ito-sei first moved his body according to the routine taught by the old man in his memory. When it was about time, and the other 3 women had finished bathing, he took the medicine and snake venom mixed in the room and went to the bathroom. Fortunately, most Japanese homes have a bathtub, which is also in line with the Japanese habit of bathing. Seito stood by the bathtub, waiting for the water to fill it. During this process, he slowly and evenly poured the medicinal herbs into the water and stirred it with his hands until the water in the bathtub was completely mixed with the medicinal herbs. After a burst of medicinal fragrance, he quickly took off his clothes and poured the snake venom from the side into the medicinal water. As soon as the snake venom was poured into the water, the originally dark medicine immediately changed color and emitted a strange fragrance. Just smelling it would make people feel dizzy. Seito didn't care about this and directly stepped into the water and submerged his whole body in the water. Only his head was exposed. In an instant, a burst of numbness hit his whole body, as if thousands of ants were crawling on his body and tearing at the medicine, making him feel like he was better off dead. Seito saw that the medicine was beginning to take effect, so he resisted the feeling of being better off dead and forced himself to calm down. According to the breathing method taught by the old man, he strengthened his body. With the change in his breathing method, the unbearable pain seemed to be gradually away. Seito's frown gradually relaxed, and his face was full of calmness. Time passed slowly in this calm atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, Seito, who was sitting in the bathtub, suddenly stood up. Along with the movement of his body, the medicinal liquid fell down, and a strange ruddy skin appeared in front of his eyes. Seito reached out and gently touched it, and a far more sensitive feeling than usual passed through his fingers to his heart. Seito's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. It seems that the effect is good. After thoroughly cleaning his body with the side of the shower head, he drained the water that had lost its medicinal effect and walked out of the bathroom. At the same time, the unique fragrance that had always been there drifted out with Seito's action of opening the door and reverberated in the room. "What's that smell?" Eriko and Ling Tu, who had been watching TV in the living room, twitched their noses and asked curiously. At this time, Seito quickly ran back to his room to avoid trouble. "Phew, I didn't expect to find such a pleasant surprise this time," Seito thought to himself as he sat on his bed and clenched his fists. Just now, when he was soaking in the medicinal bath, along with his breathing, there was actually a set of cultivation method that appeared to be some sort of training and a memory of this body. In his memory, when he was 5 years old, he and his second sister, Ito Reina, who was 6 years old, were in a large dojo. They were taught the practice of Japanese kendo by their eldest sister, Suzu Ito. At night, they had to follow an old man to learn a set of meditation that seemed to have been passed down in their family. However, there was a difference between this method of meditation. Unlike the European meditation method, there was a combination of breathing and handprints. In his memory, he vaguely remembered that the old man said that this was the spiritual power cultivation method that the priests and witches had to learn. Together with the kendo practice in the morning, it was a set of ancient witches and priests' basic courses to subdue demons and devils. Looks like this family shrine isn't as simple as it seems. Seito thought to himself, since our 3 children have learned it, then, as the mother, Eriko must have also learned it. I was wondering why Eriko had a heroic spirit, so it was because of this. It's a pity that there are only so many memories. Obviously, I didn't learn it later. I don't know what level Eriko and the other 2 are at, and whether there is a set of methods to use the so-called spiritual power. However, Seito also faintly felt from this memory that it seemed that this world itself was not simple. But then Seito let go of his thoughts. So what if it's not simple? His life with the Rubik's Cube was destined to not be simple, and it was obviously not simple. Now that he had such a contact point, he would not be in the dark in the future. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. Only with strength could he deal with the future and the upcoming challenges. Thinking of this, Seito sorted out his thoughts. First, he practiced a set of martial arts in the room to digest the medicinal power in his body. After that, he turned off the light, assumed a posture on the bed, and practiced a set of nameless health cultivation method passed down by his old man. As for why he didn't cultivate spiritual power, Seito also thought about it. First of all, he only had a cultivation method, but he didn't have a way to use it. Even if he cultivated it, it would be useless. This nameless health cultivation method was something that his old man knew when he was a Taoist. After he was forced to return to the secular world during a special period, he brought it out and passed it down. He had been practicing it for almost 20 years, so there was no problem in cultivating and using it. Therefore, it was obvious that cultivating this method would be more advantageous. It wouldn't be too late to deal with spiritual power in the future. Time passed quickly, and the night quickly passed. The next morning, Seito woke up early. After practicing martial arts in the room, he went downstairs to the living room. However, it was obviously too early. He only saw his mother, Eriko, busily making breakfast in the living room. En, Achung woke up early today. Eriko saw Seito appear and said, then continued to do the work at hand. En, Seito nodded, which could be considered as a greeting. However, it was really boring to stay in the living room for a while, so he prepared to go out for a walk and familiarize himself with the surroundings. After all, memories were memories, and it was better to familiarize himself with them. He put on his shoes and walked out slowly. Unknowingly, the surrounding environment and information began to overlap with his memories. The contradictory feeling of strangeness gradually disappeared. Only now did Seito feel that he had merged with the world. Just as Seito finished familiarizing himself with the surroundings and was preparing to go back, Suzu Ito appeared in front of Seito in sportswear. "Morning, Ah-chung. Why are you up so early today?" Suzu Ito ran in front of Seito and said as she walked, "It's nothing. I went to bed early last night." Seito waited until Suzu Ito walked to his side and followed her home. "Is that so? I feel that Ah-chung has changed since yesterday." Suzu Ito turned her head with some doubts and looked at Seito seriously. "Is that so?" Seito's heart tightened and then relaxed. He knew that, after all, he was a transmigrator. Even if he acted according to his memories, after all, there were two different consciousnesses, two different mentalities, and there would always be subtle differences. Especially when he knew that Suzu Ito might also be a capable person with a particularly keen sense of perception. But then he was relieved. After all, his body was still the same body. Although his consciousness had changed, it was obviously impossible for the Ito family, who might have some abilities, to know his situation. At most, they would think that he had encountered something and changed. After these 2 chapters, he could basically enter the plot. Chapter 5. Yeah. Since yesterday, Ah-chung's demeanor has obviously become much calmer and more energetic. Today, he woke up early, which is rare. His mental state is much better than yesterday. "That's why I said that Ah-chung has changed," Suzu Ito said softly as she walked, glancing at Seito from time to time. After hearing this, Seito's whole body suddenly heated up and a gush of cold sweat appeared. Seito really didn't realize that Suzu Ito's observation skills were so meticulous. This was only under the circumstance that they met less than 3 or 4 times in the past 2 days, and the contact time was less than half an hour. As his mother, Eriko, who was obviously more familiar with him, probably also noticed it long ago. As a mother, she just pretended that there was nothing wrong with her child and didn't express it clearly. "Hee, maybe there's some change," Seito replied absent-mindedly. However, this state made Suzu Ito feel that her little brother must have encountered something. Although her little brother was usually very rebellious, he was still her little brother. As an elder sister, of course, she had to care about him. "If there's anything, you can tell me," Suzu Ito said in a serious tone. "Got it. It's okay. If there's something, I'll tell you." Seito also heard the seriousness in Suzu Ito's tone and replied with a rare seriousness. "Okay." Seeing that Seito didn't say anything, Suzu Ito didn't pursue the matter. After all, he had grown up and had to have some secrets. She raised her hand to look at the time and said, "Let's go back." "Okay." Suzu Ito took the lead and jogged slowly in the direction of home. Breakfast was very harmonious. At least, Seito felt that perhaps because of the conversation with Suzu Ito in the morning, he might have somewhat accepted this family, which was why he felt this way. After dinner, the eldest sister, Suzu Ito, left first. Then, the mother, Eriko, gave the 2 of them today's pocket money, and the 2 of them went to school together. The days passed quickly between Seito's school and home. In the blink of an eye, more than a week had passed. That night, when Seito finished practicing his fist technique and was about to go to sleep, the Rubik's Cube that had been in his body suddenly came out of his body and appeared in front of Seito's eyes, emitting a soft and bright silver light. Is the energy charged to the standard?" Ito-sei was stunned at first, and then he reacted and said to himself. After using his consciousness to sense the energy scale, Seito knew that his first adventure was about to begin. "Do you want to start scanning the surrounding dimensional world?" A strange message appeared in Seito's mind. "Let's start." As soon as he finished speaking, a ripple that was invisible to the naked eye shot out from the Rubik's Cube. With the Rubik's Cube as the origin, the ripple broke through the atmosphere almost instantly, but it was obviously not enough. When the second ripple appeared, it only reached the inner part of the Earth. The third ripple only covered Asia, and the fourth ripple covered all of East Asia until it was fixed in this range. About 10 minutes later, another strange message appeared in Seito's mind. Scanning complete. Due to insufficient energy, only the dimensional world within 35 million square kilometers with the user as the center was scanned. Found 163 complete dimensional worlds, 133 half-dimensional worlds, and 16 special spaces. Please select the world you want to enter. Explain the complete dimensional worlds, half-dimensional worlds, and special spaces. Seito asked in his mind. Complete dimensional worlds are worlds that have complete or relatively complete laws, worldviews, and their own histories and lives. Half-dimensional worlds are worlds that are attached to the main world. They are man-made and naturally formed worlds that can be used by humans. Special spaces are spaces that have one or more laws hidden under the main world. They can be captured and used to create half-dimensional worlds or space items. Half-dimensional worlds. Seito looked at the information that appeared in his mind and couldn't help but ponder. A complete dimensional world could be understood as a world and could be used as the main source to absorb the power of the world. Then, what about half-dimensional worlds? From the information, it could be known that they were man-made or natural and could be used by humans. In other words, they were not worlds, but there were definitely people there. What could they be? As for the last special space, it was already very clear. It seems that there are a lot of hidden things in this world. Half-dimensional worlds. Seito immediately put away his thoughts. Half-dimensional worlds and half-dimensional worlds had nothing to do with him now. His main goal was those complete dimensional worlds. However, there's one more thing to do before going to those worlds. Can you capture a special space and make it into a storage space? Thinking of the storage space in those novels, Seito immediately asked. Yes. Capture. Begin capture. Another ripple spread out. In just a moment, the space in front of Seito shook like water waves, as if something was about to break through. Seito was so scared that he quickly took a few steps back. Fortunately, at this moment, the space shook and calmed down. At the same time, a message appeared in his mind. Capture complete. Creation complete. Energy consumption 0, 1, tick few. Itose heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the message. Then, he became excited. This was something that only existed in novels. Itose couldn't wait to operate according to the message in his mind. He put away the pillow on the bed, put it away, put it away, put it away, put it away. After playing with it, Seito remembered that there was still something to do. He thought to himself, begin to choose a dimensional world. Due to the low spiritual strength of the user, do you need to match the world according to the user's ability? What standard does this world match according to? Seito was a little confused. He was going to an unknown world. Who knew what dangers there would be? It was better to ask clearly. Based on a user's ability, the average ability of the world's residents is 1 to 2 levels higher than the user. Oh, so that means if my spiritual strength is enough, I can choose the world myself? Seito obviously didn't pay attention to the words average ability of residents in the message. Yes. How do I improve my spiritual strength? Seito thought to himself. It was better to be able to choose than to be randomly selected. Suddenly, a spiritual strength training method appeared in his mind. Do you want to start teleportation? The message in his mind urged again. I see. The first time, it can only be random. Let's start. Seito quickly took out a dagger from the corner of the room and put it in the space. As soon as he finished speaking, cracks began to spread from the Rubik's Cube. Then it suddenly burst open. A dark space door appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Then, without waiting for Seito to do anything, it sucked him in. Finally, the entire space slowly recovered after Seito disappeared. Chapter 6. In a long, dark tunnel, a stream of light flashed by at an extremely fast speed, causing ripples in the void. A moment later, a spot of light appeared, and the stream of light accelerated again. It reached the spot of light at a speed that was not visible to the naked eye and melted into the spot of light. Phew, this feeling is really uncomfortable. In a dark corner, Seito appeared there in his home clothes. He reached out his hand to support himself against the wall and shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of the dizziness and nausea. However, before he could finish, he felt a strange energy suddenly appear in his body. It spread throughout his entire body and changed his body slightly. Following the appearance of this energy, the dizziness and nausea that he originally felt gradually disappeared, and he felt refreshed and energized. What's more, because of the short period of time, the weak qi in his body had also become stronger. Furthermore, there was an energy that was clearly different from the qi cultivated by the life force cultivation method being born in his body. Seito felt the changes in his body and immediately closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body. After a while, he opened his eyes and said to himself in confusion, "Spiritual energy? What's going on?" Seito, who did not understand the situation, asked the Rubik's Cube in his mind. When a space-time door is opened, the world force that connects the two worlds will overflow. A part of it will be used as a protective energy during the teleportation. After the teleportation, it will be absorbed by the user. This energy can transform the body and improve the physical and mental strength. A part of it will be used to weave a protective code in the new world to prevent it from being rejected by this world. The last part will be absorbed by the system as pure energy. It seems that the heat flow just now was the remaining power of the world. The new power is probably the spiritual power that was stimulated. Although I haven't practiced it, it's obvious that I have. Even if it's weak, it's still there. Itsunari judged after understanding the cause and effect of the situation. Then, he suddenly realized that before he came, he was only thinking about the unknown excitement and nervousness of the new world, but he forgot an important thing. Rubik's Cube, if I bring it here, what will happen to my original world? Seito asked in his mind. The flow of time is not equal. A day in this world is 24 minutes in the main world. When the user's ability increases, the flow of time will increase. Phew, that's good. By the way, what should I do if I want to go back? Seito asked. After each teleportation, the cooldown period will be determined based on the stability of the world. The current cooldown period is 15 days. I have a rough idea. Seito did some mental calculations. The time he teleported from home was around 11 p.m. Based on the current 24 minutes a day, it would be morning when he returned home after 15 days. After answering these questions, Seito realized that he really didn't know what to do. What should I do? The psyche continued. Do as you please, Seito said jokingly. Hee, I could do whatever I want. Can I also kill people? Yes. Seito's smiling face froze as the same cold and emotionless message suddenly appeared in his mind. Sure enough, I can do whatever I want. Seito muttered to himself with a stiff expression. His eyes began to flash with an indescribable look, as if an imprisoned demon was struggling to break free. In the end, whether it was before or after his rebirth, Seito had always been an ordinary person. Although he was a martial artist before his rebirth, he was still a martial artist. In the words of the old man, he was a martial artist to strengthen his body and strictly forbade him from using what he learned to bully the weak. This was the main reason why he was a half shut-in, even though he was a martial artist before his rebirth. It was because he was afraid that he couldn't control the violent tendencies in his heart and could only rely on the internet to dispel the emotions in his heart. After his rebirth, although Seito was a bastard, he was still a bastard. He definitely wouldn't dare to commit murder and arson. Moreover, because of the fusion, the impulse in his heart had strengthened. However, because of the existence of the Rubik's Cube and the possible challenges that might appear, he suppressed it. This was also the reason why Seito was so active in his cultivation during that time. Now, because he was in an unknown world, and because of the Rubik's Cube's questions and answers, the suppressed demon in Seito's heart was drawn out. Fortunately, Seito was still rational. He knew that he couldn't really kill someone to test whether it was real or not, so he could only take a deep breath to calm his emotions. Even so, it doesn't seem like I can get much of the world's power, right? Is there any way to quickly get the world's power? Ito continued to ask after calming down. Yes, kill the world's beloved person or destroy the world's original script. What is the world's beloved person and the world's script? Ito asked in confusion. The world's beloved person is the person who is favored by the world. Their body carries a large amount of world's power. In the words of the user's heart, they're called the child of destiny or protagonist. The world's script is the established rules of the world, and it usually unfolds around the protagonist. Damn, isn't this the same as the villains in the stories? Ito couldn't help but grumble after reading the explanation. The Rubik's Cube didn't answer, but that was what it meant. Then how do I know who the world's protagonist is? Ito saw that there was no response, so he continued to ask. Do you want to search for the world's beloved person? Let's search, Ito Seiji said gloomily. Search begins. A radar-like invisible ripple spread out rapidly with Ito as the center. It disappeared almost instantly from Ito's eyes. A moment later, a message reappeared in Ito's mind. Search complete. Then, a map-like image appeared in Ito's mind. Two bright spots, one red and one green, moved on the map. The green that represented Ito himself, and the red that represented the world's protagonist. Of course, there were more than just the green and red dots on the map. There were more than 10 yellow and blue dots on the map. These represented the world's favored people who weren't as important as the red dot. Let's understand this world first. Then, I'll find out who the so-called protagonist is before I start my journey. Ito sighed and tidied up his clothes. Then, he walked out of the dark corner and disappeared into the crowd. Guess what world this is? Chapter 7. At this moment, Ito was sitting in an internet cafe, browsing the news of this world. As for the problem of money, after discovering that this world was still using Japanese as a language, he just needed to find a few hoodlums in the streets and alleys to solve the problem of money. Although the recovery training time was very short, the experience was there. Moreover, he had just strengthened his body. It was obviously not something that the weak bodies of this world's natives could contend against. After a simple browsing, he discovered that this world's history and development had not changed much. Even if there were changes, it was only minor details that did not affect the wheel of history. Therefore, this world was generally the same as the main world, although he felt that this world's martial arts atmosphere was stronger. After understanding the general situation of this world, although it was only on the surface, it was still the same as the main world. At least it meant that there was no need to deliberately change anything here, which was a lot more convenient. After getting up and paying the bill, he left the internet cafe. He quickly walked towards the location of the red dot on the map in his mind. The two of them were in the same city. After half a day, he arrived at the location of the so-called favored protagonist, Desolate University's first high school. Standing at the gate of the #1 university and looking at the whole university, Ito was a little lost in thought, and his mind was in a mess. Could it be a high school student? Could it be that this is an anime world, relying on those Chinibu to save the world? Ito stopped his somewhat divergent thoughts and turned around to leave the main entrance. After walking around the school's walls a few times, he chose a place. Seeing that there was no one around, he sprinted and jumped up. He grabbed the wall with both hands and used all his strength to make his body appear on the edge of the wall. He flipped over the wall and arrived at the campus. Following the map's instructions, Ito arrived at the first year's classroom in the main building. He looked through the classroom's windows one by one. When he saw a student with a color that was clearly different from the others, Ito knew that was his target. But after a moment, Ito's eyes were filled with doubt. After seeing the special symbol on the youth's clothes, Ito finally confirmed that he was in an anime world. He also knew the youth's name. It was a youth called by Ben Kenichi, the protagonist of an anime called History's Strongest Disciple. What's going on? Isn't this a complete world? Why is it an anime world? Seito couldn't care about anything else as he came to the corner and asked anxiously, "This world is a complete dimensional world. What does that mean?" Seito was still puzzled. Complete dimensional world. A world that has complete or relatively complete laws, worldview, history, and life forms. This world has complete laws, a complete history of development, and a complete ecosystem of life forms. Therefore, this world is a complete dimensional world. The Rubik's Cube first repeated the explanation of a complete dimensional world. Then, according to this explanation, it gave Seito a reply. "What the hell is this? Bastard." Seito had a headache because of this information. He thought that the so-called complete dimensional world was some unknown magical world. He didn't expect that it was not only that, but also an anime world. Then, does that mean that the world of novels also exists? Seito asked in his heart. Yes. After getting the answer, Seito was completely speechless. But soon Seito composed himself and thought, "I don't care about that. I'm just here to collect the power of the world. Although I didn't carefully read the anime, I still know the general content. This will make it easier for me to act." After making up his mind, Seito found a deserted corner in the school, but it just so happened that it was facing the teaching building. He sat down and waited for Bin Kenichi to appear. Ring, 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 ring. The school bell rang, and a moment later, the students poured out like a tide. Soon, a special figure appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Bin Kenichi. He looked weak, less than 170 centimeters tall, had brown hair like a soccer player, and a pair of eyes that could be considered lively. He was wearing a Japanese high school uniform with a Tai Chi pattern inlaid on the collar. Seito got up and walked towards Bin Kenichi. Bin Kenichi. Seito stretched out his hand and patted Bin Kenichi's shoulder. Yes. Bin Kenichi suddenly quivered and replied loudly. He then turned to look at the person who had patted his shoulder. This person was about the same age as him, but was clearly taller than him by more than a head. He was dressed in casual home clothes and had a gentle smile on his face. His pair of eyes looked particularly spirited, and coupled with his short hair, he looked particularly bright. "You are..." Bin Kenichi looked at the person in front of him and asked, "I heard that you are very powerful, so I came here to see what kind of person you are. If possible, I plan to exchange some pointers with you." Ito Mori said with a kind smile on his face, which was a lie that came out of his mouth. Why did he say that? Because when he was investigating Bin Kenichi, he saw a person. She had long blonde hair tied into a ponytail and a pair of round-framed, boundless eyes. Fonlin Temple's Meiyu. Regardless of the time of the story, as long as Fonlin Temple's Meiyu appeared, then it meant that Bin Kenichi was already training in Liangshan Lake. Therefore, the previous words are not a problem. Hee, is that so? I'm not that powerful. Bin Kenichi said embarrassedly, his left hand scratching the back of his head. Is that so? Student Bin is too modest. I still want to exchange pointers with Student Bin. Please accept. Seito withdrew his smile and said with a serious face. This. Just when Bin Kenichi was at a loss of what to do, a smiling Fonlin Temple's Meiyu appeared. Kenichi. Fonlin Temple's Meiyu warmly greeted Bin Kenichi. Meiyu. Bin Kenichi seemed to have found his savior as he hurriedly shifted his gaze away from Seito. This is... Fonlin Temple's Meiyu looked at Seito and asked curiously. Hello, I'm Seito. I'm here to exchange pointers with student Bin Kenichi. Ito Mori said before Bin Kenichi could answer. At the same time, he put on a kind smile again. Is that so, Kenichi, have you accepted? Fonlin Temple's Meiyu turned her head to look at Bin Kenichi and asked with surprise. No, not yet. Bin Kenichi did not know what to do. He knew his own situation, although he had already started training with his master, but when it came to real martial arts, he did not seem to have learned anything. What should he do? A fighter must accept all kinds of challenges. Please exchange pointers with me, student Bin Kenichi. Seito understood Bin Kenichi's character and urged. Okay, I accept. Bin Kenichi might have been provoked by the words a fighter must accept all kinds of challenges, Or maybe he was too embarrassed to refuse in front of Fonglin Temple's Meiyu. In the end, he agreed. Soon after, Bai Bin Kenichi brought Meiyu, who wanted to watch from the side, and left the school together. They went to the place where Bai Bin Kenichi and Meiyu usually trained. Chapter 8. The three of them chatted along the way, and Ito-sei easily became familiar with Fonglin Temple's Meiyu. He seemed to have inadvertently learned about the existence of Liangshan Lake from Fonglin Temple's Meiyu. Although Fonglin Temple's Meiyu didn't say the name, she just said with a helpless expression that it was a very terrifying dojo. Soon, the three of them arrived at the place. Bai Bin Jinni put his bag aside and walked to the center of the field to look at Sei Ito. "Sorry, Meiyu, let's talk later." Sei Ito smiled at Meiyu and then walked to the opposite side of Bai Bin Jinni. "Nice to meet you," Sei Ito said politely. "You don't have to be so polite. I should be the one who should say nice to meet you." Bai Bin Jinni was embarrassed by Sei Ito's attitude and smiled. "Let's start." Sei Ito didn't care about Bai Bin Jinni's embarrassment. His purpose wasn't just to compare notes. He wanted to see something to prove himself. "Yes." Bai Bin Jinni agreed and squatted down slightly. His hands were placed in front of his chest, one in front of the other. "Huh." Sei Ito saw Bai Bin Jinni get into position and suddenly stepped forward. Almost instantly, he was in front of Bai Bin Jinni and punched him with his right fist. Bai Bin Jinni, who had been trained a lot, also moved. He used internal revolving steps to move to Sei Ito's left side. But before he could stand still, Sei Ito seemed to know what he was going to do and used his left elbow to strike him. Bang! Bai Bin Jinni held his stomach and retreated a few steps with a painful expression. At this time, Sei Ito didn't continue to attack. Since it was a competition, he couldn't just chase and attack. Moreover, Meiyu was beside him, so he had to at least put on a show. Ah, so painful, so strong, even stronger than Tsukuba's senpai. Bai Bin Kenichi thought, and compared Sei Ito with Tsukuba's senpai, the strongest person he has ever met, and found that Sei Ito was much stronger than Tsukuba's senpai. On the other hand, Meiyu of Fonglin Temple, who was an even stronger character, was able to see through the clues. What a fast reaction. Moreover, this attack pattern and movements are very similar to Master Ma's Chinese martial arts. Did this Sei Ito learn China's martial arts? Amazing. At this time, Bai Bin Kenichi had already passed the initial period of pain. Enduring the pain, he tried his best to recall the knowledge taught by his masters, hoping to find a way to fight. Seeing Bai Bin Kenichi readjust his stance, Sei Ito immediately made his move. Like before, he leaped forward with a straight punch. But this time, Bai Bin Kenichi obviously wasn't going to repeat the same old path. His left hand directly blocked Sei Ito's attack, while his right hand instantly punched towards Sei Ito's abdomen. This move was karate's mountain thrust. Bai Bin Kenichi had used this move against Tsukuba to achieve good results. But obviously, Sei Ito wasn't Tsukuba. When Sei Ito's right hand punched out, his left hand naturally blocked Bai Bin Kenichi's attack. Pong! Both of them didn't get the upper hand and completed the first exchange. But before Bai Bin Kenichi could rejoice, Sei Ito's right hand instantly changed from a fist to a claw. He grabbed Bai Bin Kenichi's left arm and pulled it back. At the same time, his left foot kicked Bai Bin Kenichi's right leg. Bai Bin Kenichi immediately flew out from Sei Ito's right hand and fiercely fell to the ground. Cough, cough, it's still not working. What should I do? Bai Bin Kenichi laid on the ground, panting violently, trying to relieve the pain. Looks like Kenichi isn't a match for him. Should we ask them to stop? Fonglin Temple's Meiyu worriedly looked at Bai Bin Kenichi and hesitated. Student Bai Bin, are you giving up just like that? I clearly heard that you're a very strong person. Could it be that you're a soft-legged shrimp? Sei Ito suspiciously looked at Bai Bin Kenichi on the ground and asked. Soft-legged shrimp, soft-legged shrimp, soft-legged shrimp. Bai Bin Kenichi's heart constantly reverberated with these three people. Then, with an unknown source of strength, Bai Bin Kenichi struggled to crawl up from the ground and said in a low voice, I'm not a soft-legged shrimp. After speaking, he immediately charged forward, using his newly learnt move, the jab. His left hand protected his chest, while his right hand rapidly punched towards Sei-Ito's face. Sei-Ito looked at the charging Baibin Kenichi. He slightly retreated half a step, leaving Baibin Kenichi's attack range. Then he lifted his other leg and kicked towards Baibin Kenichi. At this moment, Baibin Kenichi immediately changed his stance. Both his hands hugged the incoming leg, his body leaning towards Sei-Ito's chest, and his head fiercely collided. This was one of the first moves that Mastermind taught Baibin Kenichi, attacking and defending in one. But obviously, he used the wrong target. Sei-Ito swiftly stretched out both his hands to block Baibin Kenichi's head. His other leg also followed up, kicking towards Baibin Kenichi's thigh. Baibin Kenichi's body also fell. Sei-Ito took advantage of the moment when Baibin Kenichi's hands relaxed to retract his leg. Then, he flipped over and retreated a few steps to look at Baibin Kenichi. An interesting technique, but if it's only like this, you won't be able to win against me, Sei-Ito said condescendingly. Despicable. Baibin Kenichi unwillingly cursed. That, Sei-Ito's student, I think we should stop here. Foam Lin Temples, Meiyu nervously said. She couldn't bear to continue any longer. Sei-Ito looked at Baibin Kenichi on the ground, then at Foam Lin Temple's Meiyu. He nodded his head and said, All right, on account of Meiyu's face, let's stop here. But Baibin Kenichi, you're really disappointing. After speaking, he sighed and shook his head, continuing to attack Baibin Kenichi. By the way, Meiyu, I remember you saying that you live in a very scary dojo, right? Sei-Ito didn't look at the gloomy Baibin Kenichi and asked Foam Lin Temple's Meiyu, who was running towards Baibin Kenichi. Yes. Foam Lin Temple's Meiyu said. Can you bring me there? I really want to see that dojo you mentioned. Sei-Ito smiled. Foam Lin Temple's Meiyu looked at Sei-Ito in surprise. Even the gloomy Baibin Kenichi raised his head and looked at Sei-Ito in surprise. Can I? Sei-Ito asked doubtfully. You can, but Foam Lin Temple's Meiyu didn't know what to say. Baibin Jiani said, You have to think about it carefully. That place is definitely hell, definitely. Hee. Foam Lin Temple's Meiyu could only laugh awkwardly, not knowing what to say. It's okay. Sei-Ito shook his head and insisted. All right. Foam Lin Temple nodded. She pulled Baibin Kenichi and the other two and started walking towards Liangshan Lake. Along the way, Baibin Kenichi was silent. At this time, Sei-Ito finally had the mood to feel the Rubik's Cube in his body. He wanted to see if the battle just now had confirmed his guess. Discovered a godly drama. Shinjuku, Swan the Male, leads painful declaration. Chapter 9. Sure enough, the energy has really increased. Sei-Ito sensed the energy in the Rubik's Cube. Although it was weak, it did increase. This confirms Sei-Ito's guess. The way to obtain energy doesn't necessarily have to kill the other party. It's also possible to fight with the other party. Since this was confirmed, then the so-called breaking fate doesn't necessarily have to be done by force. It's very likely that if he can influence the other party, it's also possible to make the other party change. This is also why Sei-Ito blatantly lied to challenge Baibin Jiani. After all, as a young man who grew up in a harmonious society, it's impossible for him to be lawless. At this time, Baibin Jiani has already entered the eyes of those people in Liangshan Lake. Although it's easy to kill Baibin Jiani now, who knows if he'll still be alive the next day. Even Meiyu from Foam Lin Temple might be on par with her in his current situation. At this time, Sei-Ito finally remembered what the so-called average resident ability means. The natives of this world might be very weak, but the hidden people of this world had high combat power. For example, those experts, any one of them could kill him in an instant. Obviously, they were not just 1 or 2 levels higher, but several levels higher. Therefore, on average, the residents of this world seemed to be only 1 or 2 levels higher than their abilities. This was completely leveling out the abilities of those experts. It seemed like they could do well in this world, but if they really thought that way, they wouldn't even know how they died. Thinking of this, Sei-Ito's heart became even more vigilant. He mustn't ignore any information given by the Rubik's Cube. Sometimes, these words can fool him to death. As for why he wants to go to Liangshan Lake, that's another consideration. Although he's a martial artist with a foundation, he's nothing compared to those experts. So whether it's for the sake of mixing well in this world, or for his own future, entering Liangshan Lake, even if it's only for a few days in this world, getting pointers from those experts is obviously a very profitable business. Not to mention, many of the techniques and theories in this world are also extraordinary. The three of them quickly arrived at Liangshan Lake while Ito, Sei, and Fenglin temples Meiyu were chatting with each other, and Bai Bin Kenichi was in the dark. Is this Liangshan Lake? Sei Ito looked at the ancient wooden door in front of him in shock and whispered, Yes, please come this way. Meiyu led Sei Ito and Bai Bin Jiani through a side door. Why don't we go through the main door? Sei Ito asked in confusion. That. Before Meiyu could say anything, a man with a height of 2 meters suddenly appeared. He had bronze-colored skin, blue hair, and a white ribbon tied around his forehead. His muscles bulged, and he looked like a Muay Thai expert. Apacha! Oh, Meiyu and Kenichi are back. And you also brought a newcomer? Katsuyuki Akiyuki, who was wearing a Japanese martial arts suit, also appeared in front of them and said with a smile, Oh, is there a newcomer? The boorish man with a scar on his face said to Gue Ji-su, I didn't expect there to be a newcomer. A short man wearing a black bowler hat and green clothes, Ma Jinxing, appeared out of nowhere and said with a smile. At the same time, a sharp gaze fell on Sei Ito. Ito Mori followed his line of sight and saw a woman with a long black ponytail, wearing a sexy red top and a very short waist. Shigeru Sando was standing on the side of the tray ant looking at them. In an instant, Sei Ito felt cold sweat dripping down his back. Sure enough, they are all masters. They appeared one by one without a sound and left a deep impression. Hello, I am Sei Ito. Nice to meet you. Sei Ito gathered his thoughts and politely greeted them. I heard from Bai Bin Jiani and Fenglin Temple that there is a powerful dojo here, so I wanted to come take a look. Please excuse me. Very polite little brat. Katsuyuki Akiyuki said in a rough voice. Katsuyuki Akiyuki was still smiling, but Ma Jinxing looked at Sei Ito from head to toe and said, Little brat, do you practice China's martial arts? Yes, I practice my family's martial arts. Sei Ito nodded and admitted. Generally speaking, when one practiced martial arts for a long time, one's body and habits would reveal their characteristics. It wasn't strange for Ma Jinxing, who was known as a master, to see through it, but it would be strange if he didn't. Ma Jinxing didn't say anything after that, and the others also didn't say anything. They pulled Bai Bin Jiani to train. Only Meiyu of Fenglin Temple brought Sei Ito to the back of the dojo, where Bai Bin Jiani was training. Bai Bin Jiani is training very hard. Sei Ito said to Meiyu of Fenglin Temple as he drank the tea brewed by Meiyu of Fenglin Temple. Bai Bin Jiani was undergoing strange training in the dojo. Yes, Jiani is working very hard. Meiyu of Fenglin Temple looked at Bai Bin Jiani and nodded. Those masters also give off a strong feeling. Sei Ito looked at the other masters and said, of course. The masters are all experts in their respective fields. Meiyu of Fenglin Temple nodded. I'm so envious of Bai Bin Jiani. With so many masters to guide him, his future achievements will definitely be great. Sei Ito said with an envious expression. Meiyu of Fenglin Temple didn't say anything. She only laughed and looked very happy. Meiyu, are you still recruiting disciples? I also want to train here. Sei Ito said to Meiyu of Fenglin Temple with a serious expression. Oh, kid, you also want to train here? The masters who already knew that Sei Ito had competed with Bai Bin Jiani had been paying attention to Sei Ito. Therefore, when Sei Ito said that he also wanted to train here, Ni-Ge of Fenglin Temple, who had appeared out of nowhere, directly said, Yes. Sei Ito knew that victory or defeat would be decided by these few words. Therefore, he answered very seriously, The fee isn't low. Ma Jinxing ran out from the side and said with a smile, Well, although I don't have much money, I will try my best to gather the money for the tuition fee. Then I'll charge you 10,000 yuan first. Ma Jianxing instantly appeared in front of Sei Ito and rubbed his hands with a smile. Air. Ito Sei searched his body and took out all the money in his pocket. There were about 10,000 yuan. He took out 10,000 yuan and handed it to Ma Jianxing. Good. From now on, you're a disciple of Liangshan Lake. Ma Jianxing announced. Hey. Ni Gui of Fenglin Temple shouted. New disciple. Sei Ito rubbed his chin and said with a smile. Just like that, Sei Ito became the second disciple of Liangshan Lake. Chapter 10. After leaving Liangshan Lake at night, Sei Ito looked at the little money in his hand. Thinking that he didn't seem to have a place to stay, he had no choice but to use the old method to solve his living difficulties. Who told this world's city to have a lot of delinquents? Without much effort, he met a few delinquents smoking and chatting in a place that looked like a park. Sei Ito walked straight toward the delinquents. Obviously, Sei Ito's arrival also attracted the attention of the delinquents. They got up and slowly surrounded Sei Ito. Kid, you got guts. You actually dare to come to our territory. One of the delinquents with blonde hair took a deep puff of the cigarette in his mouth and threw it aside. He looked at Sei Ito with contempt. Hee, you bunch of delinquents. Sei Ito shook his head speechlessly. He realized that as long as they were delinquents, all of them felt so good about themselves. Obviously, Sei Ito's attitude angered the delinquents. They cursed angrily and started to attack Sei Ito. However, they obviously kicked an iron plate. Sei Ito suddenly got close to the blonde hair who was closest to him. He leaned his body slightly and suddenly exerted force. Accompanied by a sudden muffled bang, the blonde hair flew out. At the same time, Sei Ito didn't stop moving his feet. Using the leg near his shoulder as a support point, he swept his other leg and swept the few people who came close to him down. Then, he quickly got up and attacked each of them, causing them to lose their fighting strength. Okay, now let's talk. Sei Ito clapped his hands and said to the few people, This is a robbery. Hand over your money. Several hoodlums groaned. Among them, the yellow-haired hoodlum glared at Ito Sei and said in a serious tone, You will regret it. You will definitely regret messing with us. Ragnarok. Oh, so what? Now you're my meat. Well, don't talk so much nonsense. Hand over the money. Ito Sei first teased the yellow-haired man with interest and then said sternly. They had no choice but to take out all the money in their pockets and give it to Sei Ito. Ito Sei looked at the money in his hand and nodded. Finally, the problem of accommodation for the next few days was solved. As for Ragnarok, Ito Sei thought for a while. It seemed that it was not a bad idea to let them find him. He remembered that the story at the beginning revolved around them and by Binjian. If after making up his mind, Sei Ito settled down in an inn near Liangshan Lake and began to cultivate. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Sei Ito arrived at Liangshan Lake early. You're early, young man, Reverse Demon Jishu, who was training by Ben Kenichi, said when he saw Sei Ito. Good morning, Mr. Reverse Demon. Sei Ito greeted him politely and looked for Ma Jianxing, who was holding a camera with a wretched expression. Sei Ito's main teacher in Liangshan was Ma Jianxing. Good morning, Master Ma. Sei Ito came to Ma Jianxing's side and greeted him respectfully. Oh, you're here. Ma Jianxing put away the small camera, stood up, and said to Sei Ito, I remember that you're practicing your family's martial arts, right? Yes. Master Ma. Sei Ito nodded. Come and spar with me. Let's see how you're doing. Ma Jianxing nodded and gave out instructions. Yes. Ito Sei immediately responded seriously, and at the same time, he got into a fighting posture. At this time, Bai Ben Kenichi and Reverse Demon Jishu also stopped and prepared to watch the match or game. Of course, other people who had nothing to do came out one after another, such as Chiu Yu, Acha, Shiger Sambin, and Mei Yu of Fenglin Temple. You go. Ma Jianxing just stood there and said, Yes. Sei Ito responded and rushed out with a straight punch at Ma Jianxing. However, the gap between the two was obviously huge. Ma Jianxing barely moved and easily dodged. The next move was the same. No matter how Sei Ito attacked, Ma Jianxing just dodged. Every time, he dodged by a hair's breadth, showing his superb martial arts skills. That's enough. Ma Jianqing quickly jumped back and dodged a distance. Yes, Master Ma. Saito stopped attacking and took a few deep breaths before saying, Wow, so powerful. Bin Kenichi finally let out a sigh that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Yesterday, when he sparred with Saito, he didn't see anything, but today, after watching the match between Ma Jianqing and Master Saito, he realized how big the gap was. This made Bin Kenichi's weak heart feel hurt again. Well, not bad. Your foundation is very good, and your martial arts intuition is also good. You also have a certain foundation in movement prediction. However, your body is very weak. I can see that you want to do a lot of movements, but your body can't keep up. But forget it, overall it's not bad. Ma Jianqing commented and saw through everything about Saito at a glance. He discovered Saito's biggest problem since his rebirth, his body. Although Saito also used medicinal baths to improve his body, it was obvious that the time was too short. It was already very good to achieve such results. Then let's start with training your body. Ma Jianqing nodded. Yes, Saito came here to seek training, so he readily agreed. Then let's start with the horse stance. As Ma Jianqing spoke, he arranged basic training for Saito. Although it was just basic training, the level of training in Liangshan Lake was obviously inhuman. Thus, Saito's days of suffering began. That's the new disciple, Elder Po of Liangshan Lake, the Fenglin Temple's falconer, who had returned at some point, looked at Saito, who was training, and asked Ma Jianqing. Yes. Ma Jianqing nodded in response. How is it? The Fenglin Temple's falconer asked, a guy who suddenly appeared, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Ma Jianqing knew what the Fenglin Temple's falconer was asking about Saito's character and information. As experts, they had various channels to find out what they wanted to know. Oh, the Fenglin Temple's falconer nodded and didn't say anything. He would just continue to observe in the future. In any case, as long as he was in Liangshan Lake, he wouldn't be able to cause any waves. But his quality is not bad. He would be a good training partner. Ma Jianqing let out a wretched smile at this moment. The Fenglin Temple's falconer also laughed unscrupulously. At this moment, Saito, who didn't know that he was being schemed against, was still persisting in his inhuman training. So little collection. Looks like I have to continue working hard. Chapter 11. Soon, the day's training was over. Ma Jianqing came over and said, Well, let's call it a day. Yes, Mr. Ma. Saito sat down on the ground weakly after hearing Ma Jianqing's words. But then he remembered something and said to Ma Jianqing, who was about to leave, Mr. Ma, can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Ma Jianqing stopped and asked. Ito-sei struggled to get up, took the clothes aside, took out a piece of paper full of handwriting from his pocket, handed it to Ma Jianqing, and said, Can you help me find these medicinal materials, Master Ma? Ma Jianqing took the paper and looked at it carefully. His eyes lit up as he said, Oh, it's not cheap. Don't worry, Mr. Ma. Money is not a problem. The paper contained the herbs needed for the medicinal bath. Of course, Ma Jianqing would not know the dosage. Some of the herbs were replaced with higher-grade ones. Saito knew that he could not get it for free. He planned to take action a few more times tonight. This was also in line with his plan. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Well, that's good. Let me see. Ma Jianqing looked at the things written on the paper carefully and said, It seems that many of them are poisonous. Saito did not answer. He just smiled. Ma Jianqing did not mind. Okay, you can come and get it tomorrow, Ma Jianqing said. Thank you, Mr. Ma. Saito bowed to Ma Jianqing. Then he sat cross-legged and practiced nameless vitality exercise with a special breathing method to recover his strength. What's that? Xiao Yu, who had been reading a book, asked Ma Jianqing curiously as he sat next to him. A bunch of herbs. I guess it's for the medicinal bath, Ma Jianqing replied casually. He was indeed a master of martial arts in China. He knew what these herbs were for as soon as he saw them. Although he could not infer the specific formula from the herbs, the effect should not be bad. Oh, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with curiosity. However, the person who made this prescription has a very good understanding of medicine. At the very least, he is an expert. I think that little guy's family must have a hermit. Ma Jianxing said with some admiration. After all, he also knew medicine, but his expertise was not in medicine, but acupuncture. However, he still understood the medical theory. After recovering, Sei Ito stood up and bowed to Ma Jianxing and Xiaoyu. Then, he bid farewell to Bai Bin Kenichi, who was still training, and Mei Yu from Fenglin Temple, who was busy. He then turned around and left Liangshan Lake. Looking at the time, Sei Ito began his own operation. He specifically looked for some dilapidated parks and dark alleys. Of course, there were also some who were obviously gangsters. Basically, as long as he encountered them, Sei Ito would use various methods to lure them to the side and deal with them. He would then take the so-called service fee from them and leave. In the few hours from leaving Liangshan Lake to returning to the hotel to rest, Sei Ito had made more than 10 moves. After dealing with about a dozen people, Sei Ito's wallet balled for the first time. At the same time, the amount of world force that he had not paid attention to increased. It seems that my actions have begun to have an impact. At least the speed of collecting world force has increased a lot, although it's still weak. Sei Ito sat on the bed and silently felt the Rubik's Cube in his body. Indeed, after a night of action, Sei Ito's actions have been directly transmitted to the heads of many underground organizations in the city. Bastard, he's too arrogant. Find him. In one of the underground organizations, a burly leader with a large gold chain around his neck and a deep scar on his square face roared at his subordinates. At the same time, similar situations were occurring in various organizations. Another expert has appeared. In one of the dilapidated buildings, a red-haired girl wearing a red short-sleeve shirt, a pair of jeans with only one leg, and a small green hat was half leaning on a shabby sofa. She was playing a game console in her hand while asking, "Yes, Miss G. Sorrow." On the floor, a thin man with a green face and red swollen eyes said, "Hey, G. Sorrow, your subordinates are too useless. Last time, they couldn't even deal with Bai Bin Kenichi, and now another one popped up. If this continues, Ragnarok's dusk will lose face." A young man with messy black hair that reached his back and a black trench coat said. He looked like a delinquent. "New assistant, don't be rude to Miss G. Sorrow." Beside Nanjo Nora, a young man with wavy blonde hair who looked like a European aristocrat said, "Well, forget it. Since you're so enthusiastic, you can go deal with the new guy." G. Sorrow said, "Haha, watch me." Shino Suk laughed arrogantly, then turned and left the building. Miss G. Sorrow, "White Bird, it's okay. Let him test the new guy's quality." G. Sorrow said indifferently, "Yes." White Bird nodded and retreated to the side without saying anything. "Takeda, how's Bai Bin Kenichi?" G. Sorrow asked the lanky youth with a blue ponytail and a bandage on his hand. "It'll be over soon." Takeda Ichiki said respectfully. "And hurry up." G. Sorrow nodded and turned her attention back to the game console in her hand. "Yes." After Takeda finished speaking, he left the small building with the burly robot-like guy and a short guy with an earring in one ear. After a night of training, his body that was tired from the training at Liangshan Lake had regained its vigor and seemed to have improved a little. Sei Ito felt a little uncertain, but he didn't know what to do. He put the prepared money into a craft paper envelope and put it into his pocket. Then he took his clothes and walked towards Liangshan Lake. Along the way, he could clearly see that the hoodlums that were rarely seen during the day had unexpectedly appeared. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. It seemed like last night's actions had taken effect. Sei Ito's mouth curled into a slight smile and quickly walked away like a passerby. He didn't attract the attention of the patrolling hoodlums in the slightest. After a few turns, he arrived at Liangshan Lake. He walked to the courtyard with ease. Sure enough, he saw a few people who had already woken up early and were doing their own training in the courtyard. Waves of stifling aura were emitted from their bodies, making Sei Ito, who had sharp senses, feel uncomfortable. "Good morning, teachers." Enduring the uncomfortable feeling in his heart, Sei Ito politely greeted them. He took off his jacket and put it aside and also started his morning training. Chapter 12. About an hour later, the masters were done with their training. One by one, they were back to their old selves. Some were reading books, some were reading magazines, some were drinking, some were playing, and some were feeding the mice. After a while, the arrival of Baibin Kenichi, a true disciple of Liangshan Lake, made the masters show obvious changes. One by one, they began to gather around Baibin Kenichi. As expected of the main character, it's so easy for people to gather around him. Itosei, who was exercising, was thinking aimlessly, but his movements were still not out of shape. Just like that, he watched Baibin Kenichi's training and secretly learned from the experts' explanations. A day passed quickly. Chung, when Sei Ito finished his training, Ma Jinxing once again appeared in front of Sei Ito. "Teacher Ma," Sei Ito saluted. "Here's what you wanted. Chenghui, 180,000. Ma Jinxing handed the package to Ito Sei with a smile on his face and began to rub it with his hands. "Thank you, Teacher Ma." Ito Mori happily took the clothes on the side and took out the envelope containing the money. He took out the extra money and handed the rest of the money to Ma Jinxing. "Not bad, not bad." Ma Jinxing happily took the money in his hand and nodded. After greeting everyone, Sei Ito left Liangshan Lake and returned to the hotel. Sei Ito didn't continue his training today. After returning to the hotel, Ito Sei quickly opened the package and put the various medicinal materials inside, according to a certain proportion. Then he took the distributed medicinal materials to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and began to adjust the medicinal liquid. As more and more water was added, Ito Sei finally started to move. He sprinkled the herbs in a certain order and stirred until the water changed color. Only then did he add the last herb, snake venom, into the water. Almost instantly, a strange fragrance began to fill the bathroom. Sei Ito looked at the finished mix of herbs, then took off his clothes and sat in it. In the following days, Sei Ito became busy again. Every day, he would come to Liangshan Lake early in the morning to practice martial arts and develop his body. At night, after leaving Liangshan Lake, he would have to fight members of various underground organizations to expand his influence on the city and collect world force. After returning to the hotel, he would have to take a medicinal bath. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this time, Baibin Kenichi and Fonlin Temple's Meiyu went to the cinema, and Baibin Kenichi's martial arts trio. However, none of this had anything to do with Ito Sei. Right now, Ito Sei was fully focused on Fonlin Temple's Meiyu. During this week, Sei Ito's progress was very obvious. It was unknown whether it was because of this world or because the training at Liangshan Lake was very effective. In addition, Sei Ito's medicinal bath clearly exceeded Ma Jinxing's expectations of Sei Ito's training. This led to the current situation. Ma Jinxing let Sei Ito and Fonlin Temple's Meiyu fight to test Sei Ito's current progress. Around them were several experts, including his master and Baibin Kenichi. The two of them got into position. "Begin." As Ma Jinxing's words fell, Fonlin Temple's Meiyu, who was a person of action, rushed over. She threw a punch at Sei Ito's face. When Sei Ito was about to defend, she instantly retracted her hand and turned around to attack Sei Ito's side with her elbow. Sei Ito's reaction wasn't inferior. His experience wasn't bad either. It was just that after reincarnating, his body couldn't keep up with his consciousness. After this week of high-intensity training and the effects of the medicinal bath, his body's development had clearly reached a certain level. He could already keep up with his consciousness. Almost at the instant Fonlin Temple's Meiyu changed her attack, Sei Ito took a step back and moved backward. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and pressed them against Fonlin Temple's Meiyu's arms, pushing outwards. Fonlin Temple's Meiyu's body was a little unstable after being pushed by Sei Ito. However, she was still a martial artist, and her foundation was deep. Her movements were nimble, and she moved along with the momentum. When she saw Sei Ito dodging again, She threw a flying kick at Ito's head with her right leg. Ito pulled his head back and dodged Feng Lin Temple's kick. His hands supported Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu, and his right leg kicked straight at Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu's abdomen. Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu didn't panic. She stretched out her hand to press down on Ito's attacking leg. At the same time, she used Ito's leg as a support point and did a gymnastics move similar to a saddle horse. She lightly jumped up and did a handstand to retract her leg that was being held. She twisted her waist and used her other leg to attack. When Ito saw the leg sweeping over, he raised his other leg and did a backflip. He directly pulled back the leg that Meiyu was holding and stood up again to assume a defensive posture. On the other side, Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu landed lightly and also assumed a defensive posture. After seeing Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu assume a defensive posture, Ito walked up to Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu and directly kneed her. After being blocked by Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu's hands, Ito directly attacked in the air, his elbows smashing down. This was the result of watching Apache's training recently. He recalled the various martial arts moves that he had seen on the internet. Now that his physical fitness had caught up, he could use this move. Seeing the ferocious attack, Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu pushed with both hands and quickly stepped back, dodging Ito's attack. At the same time, she sent out a cross kick towards Ito's waist. Ito knew that he wouldn't be able to block this attack. After dodging in the air to reduce the damage, he took the attack head-on. He flipped in the air and supported himself with one hand on the ground. Before Ito could stabilize himself, Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu had already attacked. This time, Ito had lost a small move. Seeing Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu's attack, Ito calmly responded. He single-handedly caught Feng Lin Temple's left fist and pulled it behind him. Then, his fist circled around Feng Lin Temple's body. Before Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu could react, he used his own strength to push Feng Lin Temple's fist. Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu's body was almost uncontrollably pushed back. "Teacher, what kind of move is this?" Bai Binjian looked at this strange move and asked Qiuyu, who was beside him. This is a move commonly seen in China's Taiji fist technique. Pushing hand and extending hand, Qiuyu said. "Oh." Bai Binjian nodded and continued watching the battle. Then, Ito took a step forward and used his other hand to grab Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu, who was still retreating. He stretched out his leg to block Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu's leg and then threw her behind him. However, this move didn't succeed. Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu had learned many things. How could you be thrown so easily? Feng Lin Temple's Meiyu grabbed his hand with both of her hands. With a swing of her hand, she locked his hand in her own. After that, her footwork changed slightly, moving away from Ito-sei's foot that was blocking her. Using her own foot to press against Ito-sei's foot, she turned her body and performed a shoulder throw from judo. Chapter 13. Link back to the previous chapter. Just as Meiyu was about to throw Ito away, Ito's movements changed. The leg that was stuck to him suddenly moved forward, blocking Meiyu's path. At the same time, his free hand wrapped around Meiyu's neck. Before Meiyu could bend over, he raised his other leg and used his knee to push against her waist. At the same time, he pulled back his hand that was wrapped around her neck. The two of them fell back at almost the same time. However, the one who fell was Ito. Meiyu's legs were supporting her body on the ground. Her waist was pushed up by Ito's knee. Her head was forced back, and her face was filled with anger. However, Meiyu did not give up. After taking a deep breath, she leaned her head back. Ito clearly did not expect Meiyu to give up resisting with her head. As a result, Meiyu's head slammed into his nose. Tears welled up in his eyes. Meiyu's legs suddenly exerted force, and she did a backflip and landed on top of Ito's head. In an instant, she broke free from Ito's shackles. "Yay!" Bai Bin Kenichi, who was watching from the side, could not help but cheer. At this moment, Meiyu did not stop. She grabbed Ito's hands and pressed them against Ito's chest. At the same time, She crouched down and threw a punch at Sei Ito's head. All right, let's stop here, Ma Jinxing said. Instantly, Miwa's fist stopped right in front of Ito Sei's face. She then let go of Sei Ito and retreated to the side. She took a deep breath, and her aura instantly changed. She had completely changed from a heroic female martial artist to a weak girl next door. Are you all right, Ah-chung? Meiyu ran to Sei Ito's side and asked with concern. I'm fine. However, Meiyu's attack really hurt. Tears are flowing out of my eyes, Sei Ito said to Meiyu with a smile while gently rubbing his nose. At the same time, he thought to himself unwillingly, a difference of one move. But Meiyu's appearance during the battle just now was really beautiful. Even I was a little moved. You're usually so capable. I really want to marry you. I believe Meiyu will definitely be a good wife. Sei Ito teased her from the side. Instantly, Fonlin Temple's Meiyu's face turned red and she started to feel dizzy. When Bai Bin Jinny heard Sei Ito's words, he nervously looked back and forth between Sei Ito and Fonlin Temple's Meiyu. That's enough. Chiyoyu patted Bai Bin Kenichi's shoulder and said softly, very good. I didn't expect you to improve so much, Ah-chung. It seems that I'll have to make some changes to your training. Ma Jinxing looked at Sei Ito and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, Teacher Ma. I'll follow Teacher Ma's arrangements, Sei Ito replied. All right, let's take a break first. We'll start a new training plan in the afternoon, Ma Jinxing said. Yes. After a break at noon, Ma Jinxing arranged a new training plan in the afternoon. Although it still included training the body, it was obviously reduced a lot. Instead, some training to increase reaction and agility was added. It was another hard afternoon. However, Sei Ito was very satisfied. From the level of a rookie when he first came to this world, to the level where he could fight Fonlin Temple's Meiyu, his improvement was very obvious. There's still a week left. It seems I'll have to speed up my progress. Otherwise, the amount of world force I absorb will still be so little. After making up his mind, Sei Ito really sped up his progress. The frequency of his attacks increased, and this time, he didn't hide anymore. Instead, he brazenly appeared, giving the mixed martial school time to gather. 2 days later, in the evening. Yo, you're the guy who's been robbing us recently, right? Sei Ito appeared in the middle of a group of delinquents and arrogantly said, That's right. Sei Ito nodded and admitted. Looking at Sei Ito's eyes that were clearly different from the other delinquents, according to the recent experience that Sei Ito gained, this guy might be a character in this story. If he defeated him, there would be unexpected gains. You've got guts. You actually admitted it. I admire you. Do you want to join my mixed martial team? Sei Ito said, Forget it. I'm not interested in joining a group of delinquents. I'm only interested in fighting delinquents. Sei Ito shook his head and bluntly refused. Bastard. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Sei Ito and the guys behind him were all enraged. They angrily looked at Sei Ito. If it wasn't for Sei Ito's presence, they would have already attacked him. It seems that you're very confident in your skills. Then let's fight. If you lose, you'll join my mixed martial team. How about it? Sei Ito said. Okay, but what if you lose? Sei Ito asked. I'll lose. Sei Ito said with some amusement. If I lose, I'll help you do one thing. So it's like this. Okay. Sei Ito nodded. He came to the middle of the field that the delinquents had vacated and looked at Sei Ito. Go to hell. Sei Ito decisively launched an attack. He quickly rushed in front of Sei Ito and punched at Sei Ito's abdomen. Pung! Sei Ito casually blocked Sei Ito's attack with his arm between his chest and abdomen. Sei Ito's other hand punched Sei Ito's face before Sei Ito could react. Sei Ito didn't wait for Sei Ito to react. Sei Ito dodged Sei Ito's other hand that was blocking between them. He stepped into Sei Ito's arms and then threw an uppercut. Sei Ito flew up and fell to the ground. He didn't react for a long time. Captain! The other delinquents were shocked and shouted. Sei Ito looked at Sei Ito, who fell to the ground, and slowly walked forward. Stop, don't move. If you come closer, don't blame us for being impolite. The other delinquents held various weapons in their hands and threatened. Sei Ito looked at them with disdain and continued to walk. Bastard, You actually look down on us. Go! One of the delinquents shouted. All of a sudden, all the delinquents moved and rushed toward Seito. Seito found it funny and shook his head. His expression instantly changed. He started to counterattack the surrounding delinquents. It was almost effortless. In 2 to 3 minutes, the group of delinquents were all on the ground, groaning in pain. Overestimating yourself. Seito walked to Seito's side and pulled him to the side by his collar, waiting for Seito to wake up. Decisive and realistic battles are easy to write. Looking for someone to provide for me. Chapter 14. After waiting for a while, Kaishinosuk, who was lying on the ground, finally woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw Seito, who was sitting less than an arm's length away from him, his eyes went black. Fortunately, Kaishinosuk was also a strong-willed person, and he struggled to sit up. You're awake. Seito continued to smoke the half-finished cigarette in his hand and said faintly. Kaishinosuk did not answer, but consciously sat there, waiting for Seito's next words. Before the competition, I said that if you lose, you have to do one thing for me, and I won't make things difficult for you. Take me to the nearest higher-ups of Ragnarok that you can come in contact with, Seito said. Impossible. Miyagi Zenitsuke almost did not think about it and replied. Although you're very strong, compared to the higher-ups of Ragnarok, you definitely can't beat them. Whether I can beat them or not is my problem. You just have to take me there. You won't go back on your word, right? Seito finished the cigarette in his hand and glanced sideways at Kaishinosuk. Since you want to die so much, I'll take you there. Kaishinosuk was very uncomfortable with Seito's gaze. He got up and walked to the side to dismiss his subordinates and let them go back. After that, he walked over to take Seito and left. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the two of them arrived in front of a dilapidated building. Miyazaki Shinsuke pointed at the building and said, "The nearest higher-up of Ragnaros is here. It's the new 8-fist hero, Nanju Nora. You can see her on the 4th floor. And that's enough. There's nothing for you to do." Seito nodded, patted Kaishinosuk's shoulder and said, and walked straight inside. After passing through the rusty door, there was a dusty staircase. Step by step, the footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Seito's footsteps were not big, but his speed was not slow. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he had already arrived at the entrance of the passage on the 4th floor. There was a faint sound of people talking in the passage. Who is it? After Seito took a few more steps, one of the hoodlums raised his head to look at Seito's unfamiliar face. Maybe it was his loud footsteps that attracted their attention, or maybe it was some other reason. Seito didn't answer and continued to walk inside step by step. Halt! This is Miss G. Xiaoyuo's residence in Twilight of the Gods. If you continue forward, we won't hold back. Following this hoodlum's words, more than 10 hoodlums successively appeared in the corridor, each with an unfriendly expression and weapons in their hands. Huh! Seito looked at their actions and chuckled. He suddenly sped up and rushed into the crowd, punching and kicking the motley crew. Almost no one was his match, and it only took a short while for them to all fall to the ground. Finally, after Seito passed by the group of people on the ground, he saw the station's upper echelon, Nanjo Kazura, who was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt. "Miss G. Xiaoyuo, leave this person to me," White Bird at the side said softly. "No need, I'll meet him." G. Xiaoyuo threw the game console in her hand onto the sofa beside her, raised her head to look at Seito, and said, "You're the guy who recently sniped the hoodlums?" "That's right, but I didn't expect Twilight of the Gods, this 8-fist tycoons, to be a woman," Seito said with some surprise. Although he had watched this anime before, it had been a long time, so how could he remember it so clearly? He only knew that the 8-fist tycoons were all experts, and they were slightly inferior to the serious Foam Lin Temple's Miyu. Looking down on women? Nanjo Kazura's pupil shrank as she said with a cold tone, "That can't be an accident, but it's all the same. Anyway, you're my target, so I'll just beat you down." Seito shrugged indifferently. If he had just arrived in this world a week ago, Seito definitely wouldn't be so relaxed and confident, but now, you're really boasting shamelessly. Nanjo Kizara stood up from the sofa. Her exposed thighs were faintly visible, and it was obvious that she was an expert in leg techniques. Whether or not I'm boasting shamelessly, we'll know after we fight. Take this. Seito finished speaking and took the initiative to attack. Nanjo Kizara looked at Seito, who was about to rush in front of her. Her right leg suddenly exerted force and almost turned into a black shadow as she whipped toward Seito. With a bang, Jishaluo knew that her attack was blocked, but she didn't stop attacking. She retracted her leg and threw out another leg, while the other leg turned into a black shadow and attacked again. Taekwondo. Looking at the posture of these two legs, it had a hint of Taekwondo, and she was surprised as she spoke. You actually still have the time to observe my movements. I've really been underestimated. Jishaluo said as her leg speed suddenly increased, and it was obviously one step higher than before. Eight-Fist Tycoons really weren't bragging. Feeling the change in Jishaluo, Seito slightly dodged backwards, but with just a dodge, Jishaluo's attack immediately connected. Left kick, right kick, up kick, down kick, back kick, high drop. A set of Taekwondo moves was used in succession, so Ito-sei could only parry but had no strength to fight back. When Seito finally retreated to the side of the wall, Jishaluo raised his leg high and followed it down. Seito took the opportunity to squat down, and Jishaluo's kick landed on the wall, kicking up a piece of the wall. At this time, Seito quickly stood up and fiercely rushed forward into Jishaluo's arms. Mountain lean. With a bang and a muffled groan, Jishaluo's entire body flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Seito quickly moved forward, but Jishaluo wasn't someone to be trifled with. Enduring the pain in his chest and abdomen, he carried Thomas on his back and swung his legs to force Seito to stand up again. This wasn't the end, and he actually took the initiative to attack. Jumping into the air and swinging his leg, Seito's upper body leaned back slightly to avoid Jishaluo's kick, and at the same time, he extended his leg to kick. This time, the timing was very accurate, as Jishaluo had just turned around and was unable to move, and the kick sent Jishaluo back to the ground. Seito followed the kick and completed a big stride, and the other leg quickly followed. With two changes, he was in front of Jishaluo, and with a high kick, he chopped down. At this time, Jishaluo's body hadn't straightened up, and he couldn't react at all. He could only watch the incoming attack with his eyes wide open. At this time, Whitebird, who had been watching the battle from the side, suddenly rushed into the field and directly raised her leg to block Seito's attack. Both of them were in a golden rooster posture and looked at each other. I didn't expect that there was actually a hidden expert here. Seito laughed. I won't let you hurt Miss Jishaluo, Whitebird said with a serious face. Hee hee, you're really loyal. Seito laughed and suddenly did a backflip. His other leg directly kicked Whitebird's vital part, but he felt that something wasn't right. After Seito completed the backflip, he was full of astonishment at Whitebird. On the other hand, although Whitebird also felt some pain from being hit, it was obvious that she didn't have the reaction that a man should have. Hee, interesting. Chapter 15. Seito looked at Whitebird with interest, completely ignoring Nanjo Nora, who had gotten up again. Miss G. Sorrow, are you all right? Whitebird looked at Seito cautiously and asked softly. I'm fine. Thank you. Whitebird, Sorrow said as she wiped the corner of her mouth with her hand. You're welcome, Miss G. Sorrow. This is what I should do, Whitebird said. A blooming lily. Seito let out an unclear sigh. Then, his expression changed, and he immediately rushed towards the two of them. He leaned over to dodge Whitebird's kick, and with a downward sweep, he attacked Nanjo Nora, forcing the latter to retreat. Only then did he get up and dodge Whitebird's kick and back kick. After that, he twisted his waist in a horse stance and threw out a cannon punch. Bang! White Bird, who was hastily defending herself, was sent flying without any suspense. She slammed heavily into the wall, and at the same time, a faint cacha sound could be heard. White Bird. Sorrow saw the sudden change that happened almost as soon as she retreated. She was shocked and angry in her heart. Damn it. Sei Ito glanced at White Bird, who had already fainted, then turned to look at Sorrow and said, "The troublemaker has been cleaned up. Now it's time to end our battle." Bastard. Sorrow cursed angrily. His feet did not stop moving, and he quickly attacked like a tiger. However, Sorrow, who was affected by his anger, was obviously a little different from before, revealing a flaw. At this time, Sei Ito found a flaw in Sorrow's kick. He suddenly grabbed onto Sorrow's leg and pulled it back. Sorrow's other supporting leg immediately lost its balance, and he did a split. Then, Sei Ito suddenly kicked out. Bang. His foot came into close contact with Sorrow G's face. Immediately, Sorrow Nanjo, who was still clamoring, fainted. Almost at the same time that Nanjo Kirishima fainted, he could clearly feel the power of the world surrounding Sei Ito's body, causing Sei Ito's entire body to become active. A moment later, as the magic cube finished absorbing, everything returned to normal. However, Sei Ito could clearly feel that the chi and spiritual power in his body had different degrees of activity. Sei Ito was very happy with his changes, but he did not stop. After all, this was the base of one of the Twilight of the Gods teams, so he must have gained a lot. Sei Ito skillfully looted. After leaving the dilapidated building, he found that it was not as much as he thought. It was almost the same as his usual income. Sei Ito thought about it and agreed. Even if it was a base, the team was made up of delinquents, not thugs. There would be a difference in levels. After Sei Ito left, he directly returned to the inn and began his daily medicinal bath and training. The next 2 days were calm. Every day, he would go to Liangshan Lake to train. Then, at night, he would return to the inn to train. However, because the cool-down time was almost up, who knew when he would come down again? Therefore, these few days, Sei Ito asked Ma Jianxing to buy medicine more frequently. Of course, he also trained more diligently. Of course, during this period, Bai Bin Jin's situation had also changed. At least, Miyazaki Shinshu's situation had changed because of his appearance. Although he still couldn't escape that battle, the time and process had changed. Also, the Twilight of the Gods. His actions might also be because of him. The focus seemed to have shifted to his side, and Bai Bin Jin was living a very peaceful and comfortable life. Just like that, another 3 or 4 days had passed. There were only 2 or 3 days left before he had to leave. That night, as usual, Sei Ito went to the inn that he had been staying at for the past 2 weeks. However, halfway there, Sei Ito felt something pressing against his heart. It made Sei Ito's originally relaxed mood change. He knew that the Twilight of the Gods, revenge had come. Sei Ito followed the city's roads according to his memory. After a few turns and twists, he arrived at a relatively open area. Beside him was an elevated railway bridge. Surrounding the bridge was an open grassland. "Come out," Sei Ito shouted behind him. Clap, 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 clap. "Not bad. You're the guy who recently sniped the delinquents and defeated G. Sarah, right?" In the darkness, 2 people walked out. One of them was wearing a hooded cloak. His hands and feet were covered with special leather shoes and gloves. He clapped his hands and said. The other person had blue hair. His eyes were covered with strange glasses. He was wearing jeans and a blue tights. On top of that, he wore a coat that was the color of tree bark. "You are?" Sei Ito asked. "I'm the 6th fist hero of the 8 fist heroes, Hermit." Hermit, who was wearing a hooded cloak, said. The blue-haired man on the side continued. "I'm the 4th fist hero of the 8 fist heroes, Loki." "Oh, I wonder why you 2 are looking for me." Sei Ito continued to ask. "We came here with 2 plans. One is to ask if you want to join the Twilight of the Gods and become the new 8th fist hero. However, from the information I received about you, it's not very likely. However, the boss wanted us to ask, so we might as well ask. Do you want to join us?" The blue-haired Loki opened his mouth with a smile on his face. Why don't you tell me about the second plan?" Sei Ito also smiled and said. Well, since you don't want to join us, for the sake of the twilight of the gods, we will punish you. You're the sixth fist hero, Hermit. I'm just here to be a witness. Loki pointed at Hermit beside him and retreated to the side, indicating that he was just here to be a witness. Oh, I knew it. Come on. Seito raised his hands and made a pose. Die. Hermit suddenly let out a roar and stepped forward. His arm was like a whip as it fiercely lashed out at Seito. Seito felt that the strength of the opponent's attack was too strong. He dodged sideways and reached out to grab Hermit's attacking arm at the same time, preparing to attack further. Hermit saw that his attack was dodged and continued to step forward. He turned around with a nimble footstep and lashed out again like a whip. Seito's footwork was nimble. He quickly dodged the attack and came to Hermit's side. He bent his fist and fingers and attacked Hermit's side abdomen at close range. Hermit saw that his attack had missed again and turned around to dodge Seito's attack. Then, he waved his arms and chopped down like a windmill. The sound of the wind was loud. Seito dodged Hermit's leg and said in surprise, "Chopping palm." Humph. Hermit snorted coldly and didn't answer. He continued to attack. Chopping Palm used long strikes from afar and lashed out at close range. His arms were like whips, and his feet were nimble. It was a fierce fighting technique. The moment the Hermit executed his decapitation chop, it was truly formidable and as nimble as a dragon. Every chop, strike, and destroy was filled with ferocity. Seito wasn't a weakling either. His family's martial arts were passed down from generation to generation. In addition to Liangshan Lake's training, he had extensive knowledge and memorized all the fighting techniques he had learned. His fighting style was flexible and varied. Both of them were evenly matched, but it didn't last long. Finally, Ito Sei seized the opportunity and grabbed the hand of the Hermit. With one pull, one press, one turn, one advance, one push, one move, 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 one move. One move, 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 one move forward, one move forward. One move. This was also because Ito Sei was forced into a corner. The Hermit's attacks were all aimed at his neck, chest, crotch, and other vital points. After Ito Sei was fused with the Hermit, his Yin energy was directly triggered. He didn't show any mercy, which led to the result just now. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't killed before and didn't dare to kill, Hermit might not even be alive in this world. Hermit fell to the ground and coughed. There were faint traces of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy internal injuries in addition to his broken bones. His face was unbelievably pale. Humph. Seito looked at Hermit's handsome face on the ground with a dark expression. He snorted and turned to leave. Although he knew that a martial arts duel could result in life and death in an instant, this was the first time he was so close to death. Although he was unhappy, he couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. It was excitement. Seito didn't realize that after this duel, his mental appearance and temperament had changed. After returning to the inn, Seito sat on the bed for a long time after taking a medicinal bath. He couldn't calm down for a long time. After waiting for a while, he finally calmed down and started today's training. Chapter 16. After a night of silence, he still went to Liangshan Lake the next day. After Seito entered Liangshan Lake, Ma Jianxing and the other experts immediately noticed the change in Seito's spirit, but they didn't care about it. Everyone has their own life, right? A day of training passed in the blink of an eye. As before, Seito left Liangshan Lake, but this time he didn't go looking for the hoodlums. He knew that he was leaving, so he had to at least prepare some things. For example, he had to change all the money except for the money to buy medicine into hard goods like gold or something that could be quickly sold even when he returned to the main world. But Seito also knew that he couldn't buy much with the money in his hands. Most of the money was from the things he plundered from the hoodlums. Although not every hoodlum had it, a small team still had 1 or 2 pieces of gold and silver jewelry. As a result, the life of the hoodlums in this city was even worse than the hoodlums, causing some people to directly withdraw from the society. And because of Seito's actions, they also avoided the crazy attacks of the Eight-Fist Hero. After all, Seito was too ruthless to the hermit. If Loki hadn't sent him to the hospital in time, he might have died from internal bleeding. And so, the last few days passed by quickly. Today was also the last day. Seito arrived at Liangshan Lake early. After completing a day of training, as usual, Seito came to Bai Bin Kenichi's side and walked in front of Ma Jinxing. "Teacher Ma, there's been a letter from home recently. I might have to leave for a while. Thank you for your guidance in these 2 weeks." "Oh, no. This is also the result of your hard work." Ma Jinxing closed the adult magazine in his hand and said with a smile, "No matter what, without Teacher Ma's guidance, I wouldn't be where I am now. Thank you very much." While Seito saluted, he secretly took out a few adult magazines from his arms and handed them to Ma Jinxing. Ma Jinxing saw the magazines in his hands and quickly hid them in his arms. He looked at Seito with even more satisfaction. "Ha, good boy." Ma Jinxing happily patted Seito's shoulder. "Then I'll take my leave. After the family matters are settled, I hope I can still come to Liangshan Lake to learn from Teacher Ma," Seito said. Sure. Ma Jinxing nodded repeatedly. Seito knew that this matter had come to an end, so he exchanged a few more polite words with the other teachers. Before he left, he even flirted with Fonlin Temple's Miyu in front of Bai Bin Kenichi, causing her to blush before he happily left Liangshan Lake. This time, Seito didn't return to the inn. The inn had already settled the accounts when Yitingxing left in the morning. Seito aimlessly strolled around the city. Unknowingly, he arrived at the place where he fought the hermit that night. Seito went under the viaduct and leaned against the wall, waiting for the final moment to arrive. The bored Seito looked at the large amount of gold, silver, jewelry, and herbs in the Rubik's Cube space. He was very satisfied. He thought that after returning to the main world, he wouldn't have to worry about money and herbs for the time being. However, when he thought about the various equipment he would need to cultivate to a new stage, he scratched his head. "It seems that I have to think of a way to move out of the house. Also, it seems that I have to think of a way to school. It's really a waste of time." Time slowly passed. Just when Seito thought that the day would pass peacefully, a few shadows slowly appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Seito slowly got up and stared at the shadows with a vigilant expression. "Yo, I didn't expect you to be hiding here. It really took us a long time to find you," said Loki, one of the Eight-Fist Heroes. "You're the Eight-Fist Heroes?" Seito looked at Loki and immediately guessed that these guys might be the remaining Fist Heroes. "That's right." A tall, skinny man in a white suit with glasses spoke. He strode to the front of the crowd, highlighting his status as the boss among the people around him. "Who are you?" Seito asked with a dignified expression. He felt a threat from this person. Although it was very idealistic, he did feel it. Seito's heart flashed with a trace of doubt. Could it be because of his mental strength? "I'm the boss of the Eight-Fist Heroes, the #1 Fist Hero, Odin," Odin said arrogantly, using a human body to make a god's name. "Aren't you afraid of the wind twisting your waist?" Seito said with a sneer. When he first heard the titles of the Eight-Fist Heroes, he felt a headache. Now that he saw the guy who called himself God King Odin, he finally couldn't help but mock him. Odin smiled disdainfully, not at all angered by Seito's mockery. He just said indifferently, "You sharp-tongued guy, it's useless to say those things. You could just stay here today. Are you bullying me with numbers?" Ito-sei looked at the few people behind him. Other than the hermit who had been crippled by him, even the bruised and swollen Nanjo Kazara had appeared. This meant that the Eight-Fist magnates, other than the hermit, were all here. In addition to Odin, this guy who was obviously emitting a dangerous aura. It seemed that this battle wouldn't be easy. I alone am enough to deal with you. While speaking, Odin took off his suit jacket, revealing a body of well-trained muscles. His 8 abdominal muscles were so dazzling. Once the battle started, both of them didn't hold back. Their hands were all aimed at the stronghold of the human body, whether it was the crotch, the armpit, the back of the ribs, the chest, the back of the neck, or the back of the head. In any case, they used all the methods that could kill in one hit. More often than not, a moment of carelessness would result in death. Fortunately, after Sei Ito went through the inhuman training at Liangshan Lake, his physical fitness and reaction speed had greatly improved. Combined with the experience he gained from sparring with the old man and the recent experience he gained from mingling with the thugs, he was able to cope. However, compared to Odin, he was still a little lacking. After all, Odin had learned the Shufang sect's ancient martial arts from the Killing Fist. In addition, he had such a perverted master, so one could imagine how powerful he was. After another exchange of blows, the two separated a little. Odin looked at Sei Ito with some excitement and said, "You're not bad. No wonder you can cripple the hermit, but you'll stop here." As Odin spoke, he took off the glasses on his face. After squinting his eyes, his pupils changed as he stared at Ito Sei. Ito Sei, who was stared at, immediately felt like he was being stared at by a wolf. It was very uncomfortable. Then, as soon as Odin moved, Sei Ito moved as well. The two instantly fought again, but the situation this time was completely different from before. Sei Ito suddenly found that his attacks began to become useless. Often, as soon as his attacks began, his opponent had already dodged and attacked him, forcing him to change his attack to defend. But not only that, when he defended according to his opponent's attack, Odin's movements had changed again, directly finding his loopholes to attack. If it weren't for his good reaction and his potential under the threat of life and death, he might have died several times. After another exchange of blows, Sei Ito jumped back a few times and retreated a distance. He squinted and said, "You can read my attack route. Yes, this is my secret skill, Omnivision. I can see through my opponent's attack and defense movements. Everything about you is no secret to me," Odin said proudly. Oh, Sei Ito didn't believe that everything about him was no secret to him. He believed that there must be a way to break his opponent's attack. He frantically recalled all the information related to martial arts in his mind, including the old man's training in the past, some inexplicable theories in anime, and some hypotheses in other novels. Suddenly, one of the old man's training contents appeared in Sei Ito's mind. When Sei Ito was still young, the old man had trained his reaction speed and danger perception. It was the kind of thing that often appeared on TV. A large cube-like object was made of bamboo or wood, and then stones of different sizes and weights were randomly hung from the top of the crossbar. On both sides of the cube-like object, there were also wooden wheels with long handles that could be rotated at different heights. When all of this was announced to move, it allowed people to practice dodging. He remembered that the old man had said that when a person could close his eyes and avoid these disorderly attacks, then any enemy would be no problem for him. Sei Ito's eyes flashed a glimmer of light, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. It seemed that he had to take a risk. My collection has increased by a lot today. Chapter 17. After coming up with a countermeasure, Sei Ito rushed towards Odin. "You're still so naive. I thought you would change, but it turns out that you're still like this. If that's the case, I'll take your life." Odin looked at Sei Ito's attacks with a contemptuous smile. "You'd better watch carefully whether I've changed or not," Sei Ito said as he arrived in front of Odin and began his attack. The two of them once again entered the mode from the very beginning. Odin attacked fiercely and attacked with every move, while Ito Sei defended with every step. However, a new change soon appeared. Sei Ito's face gradually calmed down, and his eyes began to close. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as he closed his eyes, a series of attacks fell on Sei Ito's body like a storm. If it weren't for Sei Ito's timely reaction, he would probably be lying on the ground like a corpse. Oh, giving up resisting? Odin's attacks didn't stop as he mocked. Itosii did not pay any attention to him, but his mind became more and more focused. Unknowingly, a black and white blurry picture began to appear in Itosii's mind. Lines of fast-moving lines danced in the picture, rushing toward the center of the picture. Yes, this is the feeling. Thinking back, the pain I suffered back then. Thinking back, this feeling, Seito shouted in his mind. Gradually, the blurry picture became clearer and clearer, and the lines in the picture became slower and slower, as if they could be captured easily. What appeared on the outside was that Odin's attacks were no longer falling on Seito's body like before. Instead, they began to gradually miss until almost all of them missed. What? Is this the royal circle? Odin was shocked. Although the effect was similar, it was obviously not the royal circle. The two worlds had a similar feeling in this regard. As time passed, Odin's attacks completely missed, and Seito even began a counterattack. According to the starting point of the lines in his mind, he dodged the attacks of the lines and attacked the point of origin according to his feelings. Boom! Odin caught the sudden attack with his hand, swung his hand backward, and said to Seito, who was still standing in a defensive posture with his eyes closed, "You really can't be underestimated. I still have to thank you. If you didn't force me, I don't know how long it would take for me to regain this form." Indeed, life and death situations are the best whetstones, Seito replied with his eyes still closed. "You're really an interesting person." Odin smiled appreciatively. "But you're still going to die here. Is that so?" "Unfortunately, it seems like time is running out." Seito shook his head and said regretfully. Odin had a bad feeling. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Seito counted word by word. Odin didn't understand what Seito was doing, so he was on guard. 3, 2, 1, return. Seito shouted fiercely. In an instant, a ripple appeared, and the void behind Seito suddenly cracked. Then, under the shocked eyes of Odin and the others, it shattered into pieces and scattered into the void. A pitch-black void door appeared, and a violent gust of wind blew Seito, who was standing in front of the door, and sucked him into the door. "I'll be back. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll still be alive and well. Goodbye, everyone from Twilight of the Gods." As the void door disappeared, Seito's joking voice echoed in the open space. This, what's going on?" One of the 8-fist heroes was so shocked that he stuttered and asked, but obviously, no one knew the answer. This could be seen from the looks of disbelief on the faces of the other fist heroes. Is this also considered the reality of the world? Odin was the first to recover. He took his glasses and put them back on, and said in confusion, "This is not martial arts at all. Let's go." Odin opened his mouth and woke the others up. He turned and left, leaving behind an almost inaudible murmur in the wind. "Interesting guy. I look forward to our next meeting." Bang! In a Japanese-style room, the void suddenly exploded, and then a void door appeared. Accompanied by a white light, a humanoid figure appeared in the room. After a moment, the void door disappeared and the space returned to normal. Phew! Thanks to the recovery of the world's strength. Otherwise, this injury would have to rest for a few more days. Seito walked to the bed and threw himself on the bed, thinking to himself. After the space-time travel, a large amount of world strength was absorbed by the Rubik's Cube. This time, there was no need to release the world's strength to resist the world's repulsion. Instead, it absorbed more, and Seito's cultivation improved a lot. First of all, there was an obvious change in his mental strength. It had completely surpassed the state when he fought with the 8-fist hero Odin. Now, even if he did not concentrate, as long as he closed his eyes, he could clearly feel everything within a meter around him. Second, his inner chi and spiritual power had different degrees of growth, especially his main inner chi. Basically, he could clearly feel a mass of chi growing in his dantian. Finally, his physical fitness had recovered from the various injuries left by the battle with Odin, and then strengthened his body, causing his physical fitness to improve significantly. If there was a comparison, when he crossed over it was 1. After the training in Liangshan, it was 2. After returning, it was 4. It had doubled, feeling the world's strength in the Rubik's Cube. Looking at the scale that had risen by a whole big scale, he was full of satisfaction. Looking at the clock on the bedside table, he found that it was still early. He began to sum up the gains and losses in this world. Sure enough, the world can not only be used. Absorbing the world's strength seems to be able to obtain or learn a lot of things in it. After a moment, he recalled everything that had happened in the world of the strongest disciple in history. However, this was the first world after all. Whether it was true or not, he would have to wait for the next world to confirm. Looking at the herbs and jewelry stored in the space, a smile appeared on his face. Tomorrow, I'll find a place to recycle jewelry and sell them. I think the problem of money can be solved in a short time. However, if I want to do more in the world, I will need to spend more time in the world. It seems that I have to deal with the problem of the school and then find a reason to move out. Seito made up his mind and asked the Rubik's Cube, how long will the cool-down time be before I can cross over again? The space of the main world is stable, the rules are dense, and the repairability is very strong. It will take 24 hours to complete the cool-down and cross over again. In order to avoid the unpredictable consequences of frequently breaking the space, it is recommended to extend the cool-down time. Got it. By the way, can I still return to the world just now? Yes. Every time the user crosses over to a world, he will leave a fixed coordinate in the Rubik's Cube and create a connecting channel for the user to easily return. In other words, I can go back at any time. Seito confirmed. Yes, that's not bad. In that case, it will be convenient for a lot of things. Seito nodded and continued to ask, if I cross over again, can I specify the world with my spiritual power? No, you need to have a spiritual power of around medium level to specify the world. Currently, the user's spiritual power level is at low level. It is estimated that you will be able to specify the world after the end of the next world. Is that so? Forget it, I got it. Seito thought for a while and nodded. He began to think about how to solve the problem of school and home. Sorcerous finished the animation and decided that the content of the animation was a pain in the ass. Then, he realized that there was no problem with Sorcerous. Anyway, he left a hole. And that's it. Chapter 18. Soon, it was time for breakfast, and Seito came to the living room again. Although it may have only been one night for the other 3, for Seito, it was half a month, and he even experienced life and death, so the change in his temperament could be imagined. But as soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of his mother Eriko, eldest sister Suzu Ito, and second sister Rita Ito. At the same time, Seito also felt the difference in the aura of his mother and the other 2 from his spiritual power that had increased by 1 level. Mother Eriko hid a sea-like tranquility and waves under her gentle surface. Although her aura was incomparable to the masters of Liangshan Lake in the world of the strongest disciple in history, but in real life, she was the first person Seito met with such a terrifying aura. Eldest sister Suzu Ito, under her office dress, was as sharp as a sword, and she couldn't restrain it until she reached a certain level. As for his second sister, Ito Rina, there was an inexplicable fluctuation around her. It was similar to the calmness of his mother, Eriko, but there were obvious differences. There was also a faint sharpness in her. Ito-san knew that this faint sharpness was the same as his eldest sister's sword aura. Ah Cheng's essence, chi, and spirit are really different. This was the first time his mother Eriko said in front of Seito that he had changed since Seito came here. Seito knew that he needed to explain, or it would be too troublesome to wait for more things to happen in the future. A lot of things have happened recently. Seito came to the table and drank a mouthful of soup. Is that so? It seems to be a very important thing for Ah-cheng. Eriko casually replied, but her tone revealed the meaning she wanted to hear. Do you remember the day I was sent back unconscious? Fortunately, his spiritual power had increased, and his brain's thinking speed had increased a lot, so he quickly came up with a set of words in his mind. Yes. Eriko nodded. Suzu Ito and Rita Ito also looked at Seito. That day, I saw something incredible. Seito revealed a look of reminiscence. I saw a person using a wooden sword to kill several members of the club. Do you know the kind of visual impact and the feeling at that moment? Seito acted hysterical at the right time. Fortunately, the three of them were attracted by what they were talking about, so the unnaturalness in his expression was interpreted as an emotional outpouring from his memories. Seito took a few deep breaths and pretended to be calm before he said, "Then, I realized that life is very fragile, and I also wanted to become stronger. I didn't want to be killed so easily like those club members." And then, Eriko frowned, obviously worried about the Seito in the fake story. "I started practicing martial arts," Seito said calmly. "What?" Suzu Ito and Rita Ito looked at their little brother in disbelief. Was this still their little brother? They remembered that their little brother didn't like to practice martial arts when he was young. "What are those medicinal herbs?" Eriko recalled the medicinal smell floating in the room some time ago and asked. "I tried every means to get it from someone else. It is said that as long as you soak in the water made by those medicinal herbs, you can open up your inner body for a short time." Seito explained. "Oh, medicinal bath." Eriko obviously knew what he was talking about, so she nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "Little brother, you actually practice martial arts?" Suzu Ito looked at her little brother with great interest. "Well, I have other plans to improve my strength recently. I hope mother and sisters can help me when the time comes." Seito looked at the three women and said seriously, "Yes, I hope you don't use martial arts on your journey." Eriko looked deeply at Seito and said, "Thank you, mother." Seito saluted. "Little brother, you don't have to hide it from us if you want to learn martial arts. Sister can teach you." Suzu Ito said at this time. "What?" Seito pretended to be puzzled and asked. "It seems that you have forgotten all about it. Think about it. When you were young, you were in grandfather's shrine." Suzu Ito reminded him. "That." Seito pretended to remember, and a moment later, he suddenly realized, "You mean the practice when I was young?" "Yes, that's our Ito family's heirloom. It is much better than many of those on the street." Suzu Ito laughed. "Is it?" Seito looked at his mother Eriko with a puzzled look, and the latter nodded in agreement. "Do you want to learn it?" Suzu Ito asked. "Well, anyway, since there's something good, why not learn it?" Seito nodded and agreed. "Well, from tomorrow onwards, you will start practicing at 5 o'clock in the morning. After 8 o'clock in the evening, you will also have an hour of practice. Do you understand?" Suzu Ito asked seriously. "Sister, you seem to be very active." Seito looked at his sister with a puzzled look. He didn't understand why she was so active. Suzu Ito didn't answer, but thought in her heart, how can you understand grandfather's desire for a male heir to inherit the family business? And mother has also been waiting for this day for a long time. After all, this Ito family always needs a man to support the future. After the matter was covered up, the atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became a lot more cheerful. Obviously, everyone was happy about Seito's change. As for how long Seito's change would last, the three women didn't say. They just hoped that this change would be permanent. After breakfast, Itanching and Ito Rita went to school together. When he arrived at school, Seito looked at the textbook in his hand seriously for the first time. He found that since the power of the world transformed him and upgraded his spiritual power, his learning speed was significantly faster. His memory was the same, almost catching up to his photographic memory. In addition, he had studied in college on Earth in his previous life, and the amount of knowledge in China's high school education was obviously not comparable to Japan's. After the upgrade of his spiritual power, it was obvious that he could recall things that he had almost forgotten in the past. Seito's learning ability could be said to be heaven-defying. Almost in one day, except for Japanese and history, he had almost mastered all the other subjects that he needed to master this semester. With this gain, Seito knew that the school's problem was basically solved. As long as he thoroughly mastered it, he could implement it. Immediately after the school bell rang, Sei Ito followed the people out of the school. He went to the place where he found jewelry on the internet. When he arrived at a relatively famous gold and silver recycling store in Japan, he took out a variety of gold and silver jewelry from the other world's gangsters from the space and handed it over to the seller. After some bargaining, he finally sold it all at a price of more than 300,000 and close to 400,000. Looking at the money received from the space, Sei Ito smiled with satisfaction. After buying some exercise equipment on the street, he turned around and walked back home. He just didn't know how Suzu Ito would train him at night. With a little bit of expectation, Sei Ito returned home. Chapter 19. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after dinner, the Ito family walked out of their home together and came to an open space in an uninhabited park not far from their home. There were few pedestrians here, and there were small trees around, so it was almost impossible to be discovered. It was a very good place to practice martial arts. Well, here it is. After the Ito family came here, his mother Eriko and Ito Reina retreated to the side, intending to watch Suzu Ito teach Sei Ito. Here, this is your weapon. Suzu Ito threw one of the two bamboo swords in her hand to Sei Ito. Sei deftly took the sword that Ito Rin threw over and casually waved it a few times to feel the weight in his hand to facilitate his use later. I will first explain the history of our Ito family. Suzu Ito did not immediately start teaching, but explained the family history. Our Sei Ito family started in the Warring States period and served Tokugawa Ieyasu. We were prominent for a time, and the family swordsmanship was also passed down from that era. But this was only the first Ito family swordsmanship. In the third generation, there was a genius in the Ito family, and he was accepted as a disciple by a famous onmyoji. From that generation, the family was divided into two branches. One is still the inheritance of swordsmanship, and the other is the inheritance of onmyoji with swordsmanship as a supplement. The inheritance of swordsmanship, because of the Meiji Restoration, went the wrong way and has basically disappeared. Only our branch, which is mainly onmyoji with swordsmanship as a supplement, has been passed down, and our swordsmanship has changed from killing to exorcism. Speaking of this, Suzu Ito stopped and laughed at herself. Well, it doesn't matter. Now I'm going to teach you the foundation of Ito family swordsmanship. Come and learn from me. Suzu Ito looked at Sei Ito seriously, and then began to teach the foundation of swordsmanship from the posture of holding the sword, the basic progress, retreat, turn, and so on, to the most basic swinging of the sword and so on. In just a while, Sei Ito mastered all the things taught by Suzu Ito, and the other three women were very surprised. Is Ah-Chung a genius? When I taught her before, it was not so fast. Although Suzu Ito was surprised by Sei Ito's progress, she still had some doubts. But forget it, probably because he was not able to understand it when he was a child. It is easier to learn. Since you have mastered these, Ah-Chung, I will teach you more today. Suzu Ito looked at Sei Ito's progress and time and decided. After that, Ito Rin began a new lesson. Although it was still the basics, there was more content. The sword-wielding movements changed from 1 to 3. Each of the movements of attack, defense, and counterattack, as well as the movements and postures to coordinate with the steps were taught. However, this still couldn't stop Ito Sei, who had a high starting point. In just a short while, he could basically combine his hands, steps, and body. Although he wasn't proficient yet, it was enough to shock ordinary people. Ah-Chung, I didn't expect you to be a genius. Suzu Ito finally could not help but be surprised, and looked at her mother Eriko and Ito Reina, who were next to her. Let's call it a day. You should familiarize yourself with these movements, and tomorrow I will teach you other things depending on the situation. Okay. Sei Ito nodded, stopped the movements of his hands, and walked home with his mother Eriko, Reina, and Ito Reina. After returning home, Suzu Ito took the lead and ran to the bathroom. Although it was just teaching, she still needed to do some movements. Moreover, it was summer now, and although the night was cool, the weather was still very hot, and she was sweating profusely. Sei Ito directly returned to his room and took out the prepared herbs and snake venom from the space, then took them to the living room. Since he had already explained to his family, he generously took them out. Eriko and Reina looked at the herbs that Seito took out and knew that it was for the medicinal bath, but they still couldn't help but curiously came to Seito's side to observe the herbs in Seito's hand. What are these? Eriko was just a Miko. Although Miko was also responsible for healing in ancient times, it was obviously not needed now, so she did not inherit the knowledge of herbs and picked up one of the herbs and asked, "Powder of poisonous hare's whirlwind," Seito said casually. "What about this?" Eriko picked up another bag of herbs and asked, "Powder of poisonous arrow tree's fruit juice after drying." Juice of poisonous arrow tree's fruit? That one is poisonous, right? Eriko did not understand these, but she still knew about some poisons. After hearing Seito's answer, her face changed. "What about this?" After listening to Seito's answer, even Ito Reina carefully held a small bottle of liquid and asked, "Snake venom of cobra." Seito looked at the thing in Ito Reina's hand. Ugh! All of a sudden, Ito Reina and Eriko were speechless. "Are these all poisons?" Eriko asked with some uncertainty. At the same time, she thought to herself, is this really a medicinal bath? Has Ah-Chang been immersed in these things during this period of time? No, there are a few normal Chinese herbs. Seito replied. However, this answer obviously did not make the two women feel at ease. They both left the bags of herbs with some fear. "It doesn't matter. As long as you don't put it into your mouth, it will be fine. Besides, this medicinal bath is said to have the effect of beautifying the skin." Seito saw the mentality of the two women and comforted them. Sure enough, when the last effect of beautifying the skin was revealed, Eriko obviously showed a look of interest. Although Reina was also a little interested, she was obviously more afraid of the name of poison. At this time, Suzu Ito, who was only wrapped in a big towel, exposing her thighs and breasts near her collarbone, walked out of the bathroom and said, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. We're just looking at the herbs used in Ah-Chang's medicinal bath." Eriko shook her head and said helplessly, "It's just that those herbs are really scary." "Really?" Suzu Ito was puzzled. "Then I will go to the bathroom first. You two talk." Seito got up at this time, picked up the herbs, and walked to the bathroom. "What's the matter?" Suzu Ito asked the two women while drying her hair. "Those herbs in your brother's hand, many of them are poisonous, and they are very poisonous." Eriko sighed. "Eh? Then why didn't you stop him?" Suzu Ito asked in surprise. "Forget it. Before this, he has been soaking for a long time. If something were to happen, it would have happened long ago. Let him be." Eriko shrugged, then looked in the direction of the bathroom and said, "Moreover, Chinese medicine is broad and profound. Maybe that is the key to why the medicinal bath is called a medicinal bath." "Oh." Suzu Ito nodded. "Let's see the effect. If it is really so effective, we will ask little brother one day and ask him to make some for us to try." "Yeah, I heard from your brother that the medicinal bath seems to have the effect of beautifying the skin." Eriko walked to the sofa and sat down, pressing the remote control in her hand while saying, "It has such an effect, then we have to try it. Which woman doesn't want to be beautiful?" Suzu Ito was obviously more interested in Seito's medicinal bath. Chapter 20. In the following days, Seito immersed himself in the sea of books, using his modified brain to record knowledge. Soon, he finished learning all the second-year high school knowledge he had learned. Then he borrowed the third-year high school books from Ito Reina, who had obviously changed their relationship during this period of time, to start learning new things. In the middle days, he still practiced sword in the morning and sword in the evening. It was worth mentioning that after a few days of careful observation, the three girls found that Ito's skin had indeed become whiter and more delicate. They also asked to join in the medicinal bath. However, because the three girls' bodies obviously did not have the proper structure of the medicinal bath, the herbs needed to be reconfigured. Of course, the money would be paid by Eriko. After a period of time, Ito, who had finished learning in the evening put down the last third-year high school native language book in his hand and took a deep breath. I've finally finished learning. Tomorrow, I'll apply to skip a grade from the school, and then apply to self-study at home and only take part in the final exam. After making the decision, Seito went to bed and began today's homework and cultivation. As Man entered the perfect state of breathing, the chi from the cultivation of life force became stronger and stronger, and the spiritual power became more and more active. It was a quiet night. Mother, I'm going to apply to skip a grade, and then directly apply to self-study. At the dinner table, Seito said to his mother, Eriko. Eriko looked at her son, who had become better and better recently, with some surprise, and didn't know why. Even if you changed your mind, learning was a matter of intelligence, and it wasn't something that could be done just by talking about it. I've already self-studied all the second-year high school courses, and even the third-year high school courses are almost finished. If I take the comprehensive exam now, I believe I can directly enter the university. Itingxing said confidently. Really? Suzu Ito looked at her little brother in surprise. Not only was his talent in swordsmanship very strong, but now he had also become so good at studying. Yes, Ah-chung has been borrowing my textbooks to study at night recently. Ito Reina said. I see. Eriko nodded and continued to ask, do you have any plans to self-study? I want to concentrate more on martial arts. Seito replied. Eriko was speechless. Her son had really changed completely, from a delinquent to a martial arts fanatic. Even Suzu Ito and Reina were surprised by Seito's plan. So, I want to ask Mother to accompany me to go to school today to go through the relevant procedures and tests. Seito said. All right then. Eriko nodded in agreement after some consideration. In Japan, a man is basically an adult after the age of 16, and parents will generally support their children's decision if it is not a big problem. Ito Sei is the only male in the Ito family, except for the old man who lives in the shrine. His words are still very powerful. This was probably the difference between the national conditions and the way of cultivation. After that, they talked about some trivial things until the end of breakfast. Ito Sei and Ito Reina, together with Eriko, who was wearing a suit and nude-colored stockings, and her long hair was coiled up like a mature lady, sat in a small Honda driven by Eriko to school. Soon, the three of them arrived at school. After Ito Reina said goodbye to Seito and Eriko, Eriko took Seito to the staff room and found Seito's homeroom teacher. Seito's homeroom teacher was a very distinctive middle-aged Japanese man. He was not very tall, about 170 centimeters. He was wearing a professional suit. He usually looked serious, but when he received Eriko, he was smiling. After some greetings, Eriko told the homeroom teacher the purpose of today's visit. When the homeroom teacher, Mr. Nakajima, learned the intention of Seito's mother, he was surprised. In his memory, Seito was a bad student. He didn't expect that he would apply to skip a grade. But as the homeroom teacher, since his mother has already applied, he just needs to report it and wait for the principal's decision. Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 50s and Seito's homeroom teacher, Nakajima, appeared in the staff room. Hello, Mrs. Ito. This is our school's principal, Principal Morita. Nakajima introduced them in the middle. This is Seito's mother, Mrs. Eriko Ito, who applied to skip a grade. Hello, Mrs. Ito. Principal Morita reached out and shook Eriko's hand with a smile. Hello, Principal Morita. Eriko replied politely. I have heard from Nakajima about the purpose of your visit, but you know that Seito's grades are not very good. Why did you think of letting him apply to skip a grade? After they sat down, Principal Morita said. When Nakajima reported to him, he had already reported Seito's situation to Morita. After learning about Seito's situation, Morita took the initiative to speak. In the past, I didn't expect such a day to come. Eriko smiled and continued. But recently, a lot of things have happened to my Ah-chung, and his temperament has changed a little. So when I learned about his intention, I was shocked. But later, I found out that my Ah-chung has indeed reached the academic level. So I agreed to his request to apply to the school. I see. Principal Morita nodded after listening to Eriko's explanation, but he still said, "It's not a problem to apply, but in the spirit of being responsible for the student, we still need to test his academic level. Of course, everything will be done according to the procedure. I believe that my Ah-chung can definitely do it," Eriko said proudly. "Huh?" Principal Morita smiled, and then said a few words to Nakajima beside him. More than half an hour later, Nakajima returned to the reception room and informed them that everything was ready. They had been waiting for a long time, so they came together to the room arranged for Sei Ito to take the academic level test under the supervision of Nakajima, the principal, and a teacher called over at the last minute. Soon, the 2-hour test was over. After exchanging a few words with Eriko, Principal Morita left the room with Nakajima, and the teacher called over at the last minute to evaluate Sei Ito's final results. Not long after, Mr. Morita and Mr. Nakajima appeared in the reception room again. "Congratulations, Ms. Ito. Your son's results are indeed excellent, and he fully meets the requirements for skipping a grade. Here, I announce that student Sei Ito's application for skipping a grade has been approved." As soon as Principal Morita entered the room, he congratulated and announced happily, "Congratulations, student Ito." Nakajima also congratulated Sei Ito. "Thank you, Mr. Nakajima." "Thank you, Principal Morita." Sei Ito bowed. "Thank you, Principal Morita." Eriko also nodded politely in return, and then said, "There is one more thing to trouble Principal Morita." "Oh, what is it?" Principal Morita looked at Eriko and asked in confusion. "It's like this. In the case of my son, Ah-chung, he can completely self-study at home, so we intend to apply for permission to self-study," Eriko said. Morita frowned and didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and pondered. Eriko and the others didn't say anything. They just quietly waited for Principal Morita's answer. Take Sei Ito as an example. I don't doubt his ability to self-study, but if there are no restrictions, I'm afraid. Principal Morita didn't finish his words, but Eriko knew what he was afraid of. He was afraid that after Ito Seiji was no longer restrained, he would lose control of himself and eventually affect Ito Seiji. In Japan, whether a school was good or bad didn't depend on the enrollment rate, so the principal didn't consider the so-called enrollment rate at all. He only considered it as a matter of responsibility for the students. "You can rest assured that we will restrain him, and you can do the same. As long as Ah-cheng's final exam results are not higher than the standard, let him come back to school to attend classes. What do you think?" Eriko gave a well-thought-out suggestion. "Well, if that's the case, it's fine. Please wait a moment." Principal Morita nodded, got up, and left the reception room. After a while, Principal Morita returned with a piece of paper and handed it to Eriko. Eriko took the paper from Principal Morita and looked at it. She found that there was a self-study permit written on it. She carefully put it in her purse, got up, shook hands with Principal Morita, and left with Sei Ito. "I really didn't expect it." Nakajima sighed as he watched the mother and son disappear outside. Don't sigh here. The world is full of all kinds of miracles." Principal Morita patted Nakajima's shoulder happily and turned to walk to his principal's office. "Suddenly, I found that there were more than 40 essences. I can send them." Chapter 21. Since you have already applied for self-cultivation, you should go and see your grandfather. If you want to cultivate, you can also go there. Your grandfather is very strong. On the way home, his mother Eriko said to Sei Ito, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Really? Anywhere is fine." Sei Ito nodded and replied indifferently. On the contrary, he thought that going to the shrine was also good. He could learn how to use Ryatsu. Otherwise, it would be a waste if he didn't know how to use Ryatsu. He could also prepare for his next trip. "Well, let's go back and pack your clothes, and then you can live there for the time being," Eriko said. And Sei Ito nodded. They didn't talk all the way back home. According to what he said on the way, Ito Sei packed up several daily clothes, then took out a big bag and put the herbs for the medicinal bath from the space into it. After that, he went downstairs to the living room and went to the suburban shrine with his mother, Eriko, who was already prepared. After a journey that was neither too long nor too short, the two of them finally arrived at the shrine. This was a quiet and secluded hill. There were almost no buildings around 100 meters at the foot of the hill. Only a few low houses gradually appeared in the distance. There are no high-rise pavilions like in the city, but it gave people a sense of openness. Along the stone steps on the mountain road, they walked step by step toward the shrine. They saw thick trees, and a wide canopy extended to both sides of the stone steps, blocking a large part of the sun. Only scattered rays of light fell on the ground, looking like light leaves. It was very beautiful. Without the direct sunlight, a cool feeling enveloped his body, as if summer was far away from him. "It's really a good place," Saito secretly said. After a long stone staircase, the two of them crossed the torii at the gate of the shrine. Looking over the small square, paved with stone slabs behind the torii, they saw a quaint building. It was estimated to be more than 200 years old, and it was built in a certain pattern. It can be seen that the Ito clan's shrine has a long history. In the middle of the small square between the torii and the main hall of the shrine, there was a small hut. Under the hut, there was a sign for drawing lots. Behind the hut and around the shrine, there was bamboo, which was commonly seen in Japan. The bamboo covered the shrine, making it look like an otherworldly place. On the right side of the main hall of the shrine, near the bamboo forest, there was a small temple that was only as tall as a person's calf. In the middle of the main hall, there was a thick rope with a huge brass bell tied to it. This was the shrine's prayer bell. Every year during the new year, people would come here to ring the bell to tell people that they had been safe for the year. Below the bell was an oil tank. "Well, let's go to the dojo to see your progress, so I can teach you," Kikujiro Ito said. "Okay." Ito got up and followed Kikujiro Ito to the dojo in the backyard. The dojo was very large, at least 100 square meters, and the wooden floor was smooth and shiny. The two put on their equipment and held their weapons. After a sword salute, they began to confront each other. Ito felt that Kikujiro Ito didn't change. He still looked like an ordinary old man. Ito couldn't hold back. He stepped forward and slashed with his sword. Kikujiro Ito didn't move. He just casually blocked and slashed with his sword, forcing Ito to retreat. However, Kikujiro Ito didn't pursue. He still stood in place, waiting for Ito to attack. According to his words, he was observing the progress. "Is this the gap?" Ito felt the gap from the old man's movements. Putting away his thoughts, Ito began to attack steadily. He used all the swordsmanship that Ito had learned while Kikujiro was defending. Bang! Kikujiro casually counterattacked and knocked Ito's bamboo sword away. He said, "Okay, let's stop here." "Yes." Ito leaned on his knees and panted. "Not bad. You've already learned the basics. I heard from your mother that you have been learning swordsmanship for less than a month, which shows your talent." Kikujiro nodded and praised with a smile. "There's no need to learn the basics anymore. Let's start learning something new, the demon-repelling sword." Kikujiro said seriously. His eyes stared at Ito-sei. A huge pressure instantly hit Ito-sei. Ito-sei's body softened. Fortunately, he did not directly kneel on the ground. Fortunately, Ito was not the same as Ito. Whether it was his spirit or physical body, he had made great progress. He gritted his teeth and endured Kikujiro's pressure. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Sure enough, the old man of the Ito family is not that simple." Kikujiro looked at his grandson, who was not forced to kneel on the ground by his pressure. He was very surprised. Then he smiled and slowly increased the pressure. Damn it! Ito felt the pressure increase, but he persisted with his willpower. He didn't know if it was a second or a minute, but the spiritual power in Ito's body suddenly moved. In an instant, Ito felt the pressure on his body lighten. As the spiritual power moved faster and faster, The pressure on his body became more and more comfortable. Gradually, it was not so uncomfortable. This is spiritual power. Ito Kikujiro looked at his grandson in shock, speechless. Please add, recommend. I also want to be on the new book list, haha. Chapter 22. Ito Kikujiro originally just wanted to use the pressure he released to test Ito Sei's will and let Ito Sei feel something special. But he didn't expect that his grandson Ito Sei would give him such a big surprise. He asked repeatedly, Ah Chung, how do you have spiritual power? Spiritual power? The power in my body? Sei Ito pretended to be puzzled and asked, and then explained, some time ago when my elder sister taught me swordsmanship, it reminded me of a lot of things when I was a child, including a meditation method that my elder sister taught me along with swordsmanship when I was a child. When I was tired of swordsmanship, I practiced this, and there was this power in my body, but I don't remember how to use it, so I haven't used it. Does your mother know? Ito Kikujiro asked again. I don't know. I plan to study it myself first, and tell them later, Sei Ito said. I see. Ito Kikujiro nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask anything. After a while, he looked up and said, since you have spiritual power, then you can accept some of the inheritance in the family. What inheritance? Sei Ito asked curiously. He was really curious, not pretending. After all, he didn't have anything related to spiritual power except for the basic practice method. When your elder sister taught you swordsmanship, she told you about the origin of the family, right? Ito Kikujiro asked. Yes. Sei Ito nodded and admitted. Then you should know that our family is a demon-repelling family that focuses on yin-yang technique and swordsmanship. Ito Kikujiro looked at Sei Ito and said, I know, but I thought it was just family history and legend. Sei Ito said honestly, no, it's not a legend. For example, the spiritual power you have now is the foundation of yin-yang technique and the advanced version of our Ito family swordsmanship. The foundation of demon-repelling swordsmanship. Ito Kikujiro said, and our Ito family has relied on the reputation of exorcism to support the existence of such a shrine in the past 200 years. Although most of the shrines have lost their inheritance and have become places to gather money, our Ito family will never go to such a place. In that case, there are still demons and ghosts in modern society. Sei Ito said in disbelief. Although he had come into contact with things that couldn't be explained by science, he still didn't believe in demons and ghosts. That's right. Since the Meiji Restoration, after the last demonic seal, and the aftermath of World War II, there have actually been many demons in modern society. And those legendary places of evil spirits are generally haunted by ghosts. Ito Kikujiro explained. Why can't we feel it? Sei Ito nodded and asked. Of course, we can't feel it. Although with the advancement of science and technology, we are gradually losing our inheritance, there are still some people, families, or temples that exist. Ito Kikujiro laughed. Oh, are there many such families or temples? Sei Ito asked. Not many. Almost all of them have declined. If it weren't for the influence of swordsmanship, our Ito family might have even lost its inheritance. Ito Kikujiro shook his head. But there are still some famous inheritances, such as the Fushimi Inari Shrine in Kyoto, Ise Shrine, Meiji Shrine, Todaiji Shrine, and so on. These are all well known, and this is also the reason why the demons don't dare to run rampant. Do my mother and his sister know about these? Ito Sei nodded humbly and memorized the names mentioned by Ito Kikujiro in his heart. Of course. Ito Kikujiro laughed. When they knew about this, they were very surprised. At that time, their expressions were very cute. Well, let's not talk about this. You just need to understand it. Now, let's start practicing. Ito Kikujiro said seriously. Yes. Sei Ito also said seriously. Then the two began to teach. Ito Kikujiro first explained to Sei Ito how to guide the spiritual power in the body and use it. When Sei Ito could probably do some basic things, he began to teach him the Ito family swordsmanship. When it was almost evening, the swordsmanship practice stopped. After resting and eating dinner, Ito Kikujiro arranged for Sei Ito to go to the Sutra Pavilion behind the shrine to read various ancient books. Sei Ito mainly read about the records and history of Inyan Jutsu, as well as some explanations about the use of techniques. After reading the books, before going to bed, Sei Ito took a medicinal bath, as usual. At that time, Ito Kikujiro also observed Sei Ito's medicinal bath and found that he couldn't understand it. Finally, it was time to practice before going to bed. A full day passed like this. The next morning, I woke up early and put on the Japanese-style kimono that Ito Kikujiro had prepared for me. It was the kind that resembled a ronin's clothing, but without a jacket. I started cleaning the shrine. After breakfast, I started my daily training. Other than the swordsmanship class being changed to the morning, the shrine's etiquette class after lunch, and the Sutra Pavilion being changed to the afternoon, there were no other changes. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, half a month passed quickly. In more than half a month of practice, Sei Ito has been able to skillfully use the Reiki in his body, and under the guidance of Ito Kikujiro, he learned most of the Ito family's swordsmanship and several simple techniques, as well as the ritual of the shrine. Sei Ito's mother, Eriko, eldest sister, Suzu Ito, and second sister, Sei Ito, came to the shrine to visit Sei Ito. Seeing Sei Ito change day by day, the Ito family was very happy. On this day, Sei Ito felt a little quiet, so after practicing his swordsmanship, he took the initiative to find Ito Kikujiro. "Grandpa, I feel a little irritated when practicing recently, so I want to go out and have a look." Sei Ito said directly after seeing Ito Kikujiro. "Is that so? It seems that you have reached a bottleneck. In that case, it is a good choice to go out and have a look." Ito Kikujiro listened to Sei Ito's words and said, "Do you have any plans to go anywhere?" "No, I plan to walk around casually. I don't have an exact route." Sei Ito shook his head. "So, that is to say, the time is not certain." Ito Kikujiro confirmed. "Yes." Sei Ito nodded and admitted. "Well, okay, I agree, but you have to talk to your mother about this." Ito Kikujiro just thought about it and agreed. With his understanding of Sei Ito's strength during this time, as long as he did not encounter any special problems, his personal safety was basically not a problem, so he was not too worried and agreed much more readily. "Got it. I will call my mother later." Sei Ito nodded and was about to get up and leave. "Wait." Ito Kikujiro stopped Sei Ito, who was about to get up and leave. He took out an object made of bamboo from his arms and handed it to Sei Ito. "Take this. If you encounter a special situation, it may be of some use." Sei Ito took the bamboo handed over by Ito Kikujiro doubtfully, nodded, carefully put it in his arms, and put it into the space, then said, "Got it, Grandpa. Go." Ito Kikujiro waved his hand and let Sei Ito leave. The room returned to silence again. After Sei Ito left, he called his mother, Eriko, with his mobile phone and told her his plan. After a few words of explanation, she agreed. He returned to his room, changed into his daily clothes, and left the shrine. It was not until he arrived at the hidden forest near the foot of the shrine that Sei Ito summoned the Rubik's Cube and began to prepare to travel. Chapter 23. Do you want to return to the previous world? The magic cube's information still abruptly appeared in Sei Ito's mind, but Sei Ito was obviously used to it. "If I want to go back, how long will it take for the time there to pass?" Itsunari suddenly remembered that he only cared about the flow of time on the other side. He didn't know about the changes in time on the other side. According to the ratio of 1 day and 24 minutes, he could have lived for a few years on the other side. So, it seemed that there was not much meaning in the past except for using this house. The time in the dimensional world is relatively static compared to the main world. Only when an external force breaks and will the time of that world flow to the invader. After the invader leaves, except for the time needed for the world to repair, time is static. "How long has it been in that world?" Sei Ito asked curiously. "Half a month. I remember you said that if my spiritual power improves, the flow of time will change." If I go to that world, how much time will it be? Seito recalled the information given by the magic cube and asked. The user's current spiritual power level is low-level superior. The time ratio is 1 day in the dimensional world and 15 minutes in the main world. If it is upgraded to mid-level low-level, the time ratio between the dimensional world and the main world will change to 1 day and 5 minutes. So it's like this. Seito nodded and continued. Start the transmission. Choose the new world. Yes, choose the new world. Begin. The world will end. Confirm the coordinates. Begin transmission. As soon as the information disappeared, the familiar spatial fluctuations appeared again. It was still the dark space gate. Seito was instantly sucked into the space gate, and then the space returned to normal. However, Seito didn't see that at the moment when the space gate appeared and disappeared, a transparent glass-like light shield flashed over the mountain forest of the Ito family shrine where he was. Who touched the enchantment? Ito Kikujiro, who was sitting in the hall, suddenly felt the fluctuation of the enchantment and appeared on the shrine square. He stared in the direction where Seito was for a long time, but he couldn't find anything for a long time. Then he returned to the house and continued to drink tea as if it was a demon passing by. After the familiar space-time travel, it was still the transformation and absorption of the world's power, but this time the world's power was obviously much stronger. It could be seen that the level of this world was much higher than the world of the strongest disciple in history. Whether it was in the world of history or the real world, Ito-sei had been strengthened. If it was still in the world of history, the Twilight of the Gods would have become stepping stones for Ito-sei. After feeling the transformation of the power of the world, Ito-sei found that his spiritual power had improved again. Only then did he have the leisure to look at the surrounding environment. 2. After getting used to it, he opened his eyes and observed where he was. It was still a dark corner that no one paid attention to. What he saw was a mountain of garbage. All kinds of discarded objects were scattered in a group. Rats were shuttling through the garbage without any fear of humans. From time to time, they would bite and fight for a piece of garbage. What the F***CK is this place? Ito-sei couldn't help but curse out loud. Collect the world's favored and number them according to their energy intensity. Let's start. Seito endured the pungent smell and ordered in his heart. Collecting begins. In the process of collecting the Rubik's Cube, Seito was also thinking about what to do in this world. After all, he wasn't ignorant of everything when he first got the Rubik's Cube. After experiencing a world, he had some experience. He knew that his use of the Rubik's Cube was still rough, and the main purpose of traveling between worlds was to collect the world's power. Besides learning some useful knowledge, there was almost nothing. A moment later, search complete, numbering complete, target presented. In an instant, a large amount of information rushed into his brain. If it weren't for the improvement of his mental strength and the transformation of the world's power that made his brain stronger, this impact would have definitely made him suffer. Fortunately, the transmission speed was very fast. Those who were favored by the power of the world were ranked according to red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red was the lowest, and purple was the highest. If there were mixed colors in between, then they were ranked between the two colors. By the way, Rubik's Cube, can you evaluate the world's power absorbed when killing the world's favored or when I do something? Seito asked after thinking about it. Yes, but you can't use specific values. You can only use less, more, average, a lot, and a huge amount to express it. That's good. This way, I can better determine the node and take action. Seito nodded and continued. You can also detect whether you have reached the node of the world's operation according to the changes in the surrounding world's power. Yes. Well, when the world's power changes, give me a hint. Seito said. Also, when you encounter the world's favored, give me a hint according to the energy rating above according to the possible choices that may appear. Yes. Seeing the information of the Rubik's Cube, Seito secretly nodded. The Rubik's Cube can do this, then there must be other functions waiting for him to discover. At least, the so-called super function of collecting all the resources needed by the user to build his own world was not understood. But for now, it's not bad. Everything needs to be developed by himself. He raised his head and walked in the direction of the nearest worlds favored in his mind. What he saw was still a mountain of garbage. There were not only rats and wildcats on the garbage mountain. Gradually, sporadic human figures began to appear. They were all dressed in rags, and their faces were yellow and emaciated. They looked at Ito Sei with bloodthirsty eyes. If it weren't for their survival instincts telling them that Sei Ito was not to be trifled with, Sei Ito would have gone through several battles by now. On the way, Ito Sei also saw several waves of human fights. Both sides fought for no reason. Everything was for food, and that food might just be a piece of moldy bread. Then, one side would kill the other, and the winner would leave with the spoils of war. The lifeless corpses would be casually thrown away like garbage, and they would be visited by wild cats, dogs, and rats. Soon, the corpses would be tattered beyond recognition. Sei Ito saw broken bones like this from time to time as he moved forward. Only some skeletons remained intact. Some were broken, and some were rotten and smelly. All of this stimulated Sei Ito's nerves, causing a serious psychological impact on Sei Ito, who had only experienced life and death without killing people, and had never seen such a cruel living environment. A psychological sense of disgust and irritation welled up in his heart. Sei Ito did not notice that at this time, his eyes were a little red, and his breathing was a little rapid. His footsteps were messy as he walked quickly in a direction. Not far away from him, a group of 2 or 3 people were following closely behind him. Chapter 24. Sei Ito continued to move forward like this. The 3 of them finally couldn't help but exchange glances with each other and simultaneously launch an attack at Sei Ito. At the moment when the attack was about to hit him, Ito Sei's absent-minded spirit suddenly focused. His agitated mood seemed to have found an outlet. His body instinctively moved. After dodging the sneak attack of one of them, he turned around to avoid the attack of the second person. Only then did he reach out to block the attack of the third person. At this time, Sei Ito finally had the energy to size up the 3 people who ambushed him. The 3 of them were all dressed in blue. One of them was as short as a 16 to 17-year-old youth and held a dagger in his hand. Another was tall and thin, with a malevolent glint in his eyes. The last one was more muscular than the other 2 and held an iron rod with dark red marks on it. It was obvious that this rod had been drinking blood for many years. The 3 of them were slightly surprised that their sneak attack failed, but they didn't stop. The youth with the dagger continued to attack. The dagger in his hand quickly drew a bright silver trajectory. Every attack was aimed at the neck, head, chest, and other vital points. Then the youth with the iron rod stepped behind Sei Ito to block his retreat. The last youth with his bare hands occasionally attacked, causing Sei Ito to be flustered. Fortunately, Sei Ito's sense of danger had awakened after his training and the fight with the fist warrior Odin. Otherwise, he would have definitely been injured. However, Sei Ito was also very sullen. He was already agitated by the surrounding environment, and with this, he couldn't take it anymore. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly stopped moving. He dodged the dagger that was rushing at him and allowed it to pierce his body. Ito Sei took advantage of the moment when the young man was stunned. He grabbed the young man's arm that was holding the dagger and twisted it hard. With a kacha sound, the arm of the young man holding the dagger was broken. If it wasn't for Ito Sei's hand, it would have been unnaturally bent now. After dealing with the guy with the dagger, Ito Sei didn't stop. He moved his feet and pulled the broken arm behind the young man with the dagger. He used the body of the young man with the dagger to block the attacks of the other 2 people. Only then did he leisurely use his free hand to pull out the dagger from his body. With a pu sound, a small column of blood spurted out from the wound as the dagger was pulled out. Sei Ito's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. He almost didn't think as he slid the dagger in his hand across the throat of the youth in front of him. Then he pushed the youth holding the iron rod and turned to face the empty-handed youth. When the two saw Seito's actions, they roared angrily and rushed towards Seito. Snorlax. However, the youth holding the iron rod was blocked by the corpse of a youth called Snorlax that Seito had pushed over, so he was one step slower. With this one step, Seito was already facing the other empty-handed youth. The speed of the two men was extremely fast, almost like a flash of lightning. The shadows of the two men intertwined, and the dagger flashed. In just a moment, the bare-handed guy covered his arm and retreated awkwardly with wounds all over his body. He ran toward the iron rod young man while shouting at him, "Quentin, save me!" The youth holding the iron rod was shocked when he saw the empty-handed youth running toward him. He knew that the three of them had kicked an iron plate. Without any hesitation, he kicked the empty-handed youth running toward Seito. He then turned around and ran, disappearing from the world of the Trash Mountain. "Quentin, you bastard! You'll die a horrible death!" The empty-handed youth screamed in despair. Puff! The sound of a dagger piercing into flesh was clearly heard. The empty-handed youth fell to the ground, but he was still alive. At this time, Edo Saikai came out from behind him, looking down at the guy who fell to the ground, and said coldly, "Who are you? If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The youth on the ground replied with disdain. His eyes were darting around, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Don't even think about resisting. The moment you resist, I'll finish you off." Seito looked at the youth's reaction and knew that the people in this place would not give up until they reached the Yellow River. "Oomph." The youth snorted and did not reply. His eyes were much more honest. "What's your name?" Seito asked. "Tran Wallen." The youth on the ground, who was Tran Wallen, answered. "Where is this?" Seito nodded and glanced at the garbage mountain around him. "Meteor Street." Tran was a little surprised that Seito did not know where this place was, but he still answered happily. Meteor Street. Ito-se was familiar with this name in his mind, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before, so he continued to ask. "What's the name of the nearest city from here? How far is it from here?" "The nearest city is the entrance of Meteor Street. It's called Tipping Town. You can walk out of here in about a day." Tran turned his head to the side and indicated the direction with his eyes. Seito also followed Tran's gaze. At this moment, Seito felt a sudden danger approaching. He turned over and hid almost without thinking. When he did not feel the danger and looked again, he found that Tran on the ground had run far away and almost disappeared. Seito almost instantly realized that the attack just now was caused by this guy. The angry Seito rushed over at full speed without thinking. In the end, Tran was a seriously injured person and could not be compared to Seito, who was only slightly injured. He was caught up in a few moves. The angry Seito used a dagger to cut the tendons of his hands and feet. He fell to the ground again like a cripple. "I was careless. None of the guys who survived in this place are good people. I didn't take these guys who were defeated seriously and almost let them turn the tables. Fortunately, the other party did not have any abilities and did not pose any danger to me. If there were other guys who were more powerful or had more vicious things." Thinking of this, Seito unconsciously shuddered. "I must be careful when facing enemies in the future, and I must make the other party completely lose the power to resist. This is not the world of strongest in history." After adjusting his mentality again, Seito carefully walked to Tran and found that the other party had killed himself by biting his tongue. "Bastard." Seito cursed in a low voice to vent the unhappiness and irritation in his heart. Then he walked to the other guy who was killed by his dagger and stood there silently. After a long while, Seito seemed to have figured something out. He put away the dagger and turned to leave. "This world is very dangerous. Useless kindness will only get you killed." At this moment, the feeling Seito gave people changed again. An indescribable temperament began to appear on Seito. Although it was only a prototype, it was still not to be underestimated. The road to becoming a villain is really long and heavy. Also, please continue to collect and recommend. Keep everything as a mistress. Chapter 25. Because he wasn't sure if the direction Trance told him was correct, Seito could only follow the information in his mind and walk in the original direction. He walked for a few days, and Seito learned a bloody lesson during these few days. In these few days, Seito encountered several groups of people, which allowed Seito to see all kinds of human nature and tricks. For example, there were people who betrayed their brothers, people who begged for mercy and fought back desperately, people who looked like brothers stabbed each other in the back for some reason, and people who were starving killed their acquaintances to fill their stomachs. Of course, there were also women who used their bodies to seduce others and then killed them when they weren't paying attention. Of course, there were also women who failed to seduce others and were tortured to death by their opponents. In short, all kinds of tragedies could be found in Meteor Street. After Seito was seriously injured by this recruitment, the direct result was that Seito's nerves became more and more tense. He was cautious of everyone he saw and did not show any mercy. His methods were almost cruel. In this way, Seito was injured several times by the endless methods. If it weren't for his strength, he might have really died in Meteor Street and become a skeleton in the garbage mountain. Another day passed. Seito walked with a haggard face. After an unknown amount of time, he felt that the smell in the air suddenly became a little lighter. As the breeze blew, a new smell appeared in his numb nose. Seito's eyes regained some color. Seito suddenly looked up into the distance and saw that on the border outside his line of sight, some faint smoke slowly rose from the city and finally merged into the blue sky and disappeared. Seito looked at the disappearing smoke, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew that he was about to walk out of this garbage mountain. At this moment, Seito relaxed. A sharp arrow shot out of nowhere and attacked Seito's head like lightning. Seito instinctively dodged, but he was still a step too late. A trace of blood appeared on Seito's face, and as the blood increased, it turned into drops of blood and flowed down his face. Seito's eyes flashed with a trace of anger and viciousness. He suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the arrow, but there was no one there. Only broken pieces of garbage swayed gently in the mighty wind. After restraining his anger, Seito quickened his pace, but his eyes were always carefully observing the surroundings to prevent another sneak attack and end up killing him here. In this state, after an hour, Seito finally walked out of the garbage mountain. When his feet once again stood on the ground, made of sand and stone, an indescribable feeling welled up in Seito's heart. Seito was so moved that tears almost flowed out his eyes. Fortunately, Seito's nerves were already unbelievably tough after experiencing the devastation of Meteor Street for the past few days. After taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he turned around to look at the garbage mountain behind him and resolutely left this place. He really had enough of this place. Passing through a street full of houses piled up by garbage, Ito-sei ignored all kinds of strange gazes. He came to a corner of this town, which was almost made up of garbage. He took the only means of transportation and quickly went to the nearest city. After the car left the garbage town for a long distance, Seito's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Looking exhausted, he slumped into the seat. Before Seito could enjoy this rare moment of leisure, the car suddenly stopped. Several wolf-like men rushed out and surrounded Seito with all kinds of weapons in their hands. Meteor Street was indeed Meteor Street. There were even a group of bandits on the streets that carried customers. Seito helplessly sighed. His right sleeve slightly drooped down, and the dagger he snatched from the first guy, named Snorlax, quietly slipped into his hand. In his other hand, a small piece of iron appeared out of nowhere. But apart from these, Seito didn't do anything else. He knew that if he made even the slightest movement and was discovered by them, he would be greeted with a storm of attacks. This was one of the things he learned in the past few days in Meteor Street. Brother, first of all, congratulations on making it out of Meteor Street alive. A bald man slowly walked over and smiled as he pushed aside the crowd in front of Saito. This bald man was the driver of the car. But your luck ends here. We only want money, not your life. Hand over your valuables, and we will let you go. If you're straightforward, it will be convenient for both of us. Don't you think so? The burly man looked condescendingly at Ito Sei, who was still sitting down, and said with a smile. However, this person did not relax his vigilance. He knew that anyone who could come out of Meteor Street alive was not a simple person. They were all ferocious people in the outside world. He did not want to be careless and fail miserably. I don't have any money. I don't even plan to pay for this car when we reach the destination, Ito said calmly. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Who would believe you if you say you don't have anything good? The burly man smiled disdainfully and pointed at Saito. Look at your tender skin. I think you must have eaten well. Look at your clothes. Although they are a little dirty, they're made of good material. Look at your calm attitude. To be honest, if I didn't see you walk out of Meteor Street, get into my car, and change into clean clothes, I would have suspected that you are a child of a rich family. Saito didn't expect this burly man to be so observant. However, it wasn't strange when he thought about it. Who in Meteor Street didn't know how to read people's expressions? Those who didn't know how to read people's expressions were basically dead. I don't care if you believe it or not. I really don't have anything. If you insist on forcing me, it seems that we can only fight to the death, Ito said without changing his expression. I'll fight. What do you have? The burly man laughed and waved the pistol in his hand. Do you think you are one of those strong people? I guarantee that the gun in my hand can take your life. The burly man said fiercely, Sai, why do you have to be so self-righteous? Saito sighed and shook his head. The iron knife in his left hand suddenly shot out while the others were watching him shake his head, causing a series of sounds. The burly men were stunned by the sudden sound. Some of them even turned their heads to look for the source of the sound. At this time, Saito suddenly moved. He leaned back slightly to avoid the knife on his neck and kicked the two men in front of him to the others. Then, he quickly got up and waved the dagger in his hand, creating a silver light. In an instant, the two burly men in front of Saito had their throats slit by the dagger. They were going to report to the King of Hell. After doing all this, Saito didn't stop moving. He kicked the chair he was sitting on and covered his head with his hands. His body instantly broke through the window. After a few rolls to reduce the inertia, he ran away. Bastard, chase after him. The bald man flew into a rage and shouted loudly. The two burly men who were a bit further away from Saito immediately came back to their senses and chased after him. The bald man also got out of the car and chased after him. The other burly man had just pushed the two corpses in front of him away and was still a bit confused. Saito looked at the two men chasing after him from the corner of his eyes. He unconsciously slowed down and let the two men close the distance between them. Just when the two men thought that they were faster than Ito Sei and were about to catch up with him, Ito Sei suddenly turned around and rushed towards the two men at an extremely fast speed. While the two men were in a daze, Ito Sei rushed to the front of the two men and easily cut their throats while the two men didn't have time to defend themselves. When all of this was over, the bald man was about 50 meters away from Saito. Looking at the scene in front of him, the bald man didn't even think and raised his gun to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. After shooting 3 times in a row, the burly man stopped to look at the results. However, he saw Saito strangely dodging the 3 bullets and rushing towards him. The distance between the two men had shortened by more than 10 meters. When the burly man wanted to turn around and run, Saito had caught up with him. The next step was simple. Saito quickly caught up with the bald man at full speed. After easily dealing with him, he cleaned up the battlefield and plundered the world's wealth. Then, he quickly walked to the place where the car was parked. When he didn't find the last guy, Saito threw the 2 corpses out of the car and walked to the driver's seat. He skillfully ignited the engine and drove away along the road. It was a new week. The previous data had been calculated again. It felt much easier to get onto the new book list. Asking for votes and treasures. Chapter 26. Along the way, Ito came across a motel. He cleaned himself up in the motel and finally had a warm meal. It was the first time Ito slept on a soft bed in this world. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Ito woke up and was not used to it. After cultivating for a while, he bought a map, some food and water, and put them in his space. Then he set off again. Ito finally arrived at a modern city after a long journey, according to the map. Although it was said to be modern, it gave Ito, a very strange feeling. How should he describe it? There were modern skyscrapers. However, there were also low-rise houses. The weirdest thing was that no matter if it was modern skyscrapers or low-rise houses, they all gave off an ancient vibe, as if they were abandoned by the ancient times. After buying a mobile phone from a store in this world, Ito arrived at an internet cafe in the city. Standing at the entrance of the internet cafe, Ito looked at the dilapidated houses and the surrounding decorations. He recalled the weird feeling he had when he first heard that there was an internet cafe in this world. He took a deep breath and entered the internet cafe. Ito was not in the mood to look at the layout of the houses. He paid for a computer and logged into the internet. After all, collecting information about this world would help him live a better life in this world. As the web pages popped up one by one, Ito quickly browsed through the information and news on the web. Through the information and news, Ito tried his best to organize the information in this world. First of all, the biggest organization in the world was not the government, but the Hunter Association and the Sky Arena Tower. They were more powerful than any country. Among them, the Hunter Association's influence was the most obvious. Meanwhile, the hunters in the association enjoyed all kinds of benefits and respect with the help of the Hunter Association. If one wanted to become a hunter, they would have to take the annual hunter assessment. It was said that it was very difficult. Only 1 or 2 people would pass the assessment each time. Secondly, there are a lot of capable people in this world, such as those hunters. They have all kinds of incredible abilities. Ordinary guns and ammunition are no longer a threat to them. Of course, there were also very famous criminals among the capable people. The most famous one was a criminal organization called Phantom Squadron and an assassin family called Beat the Enemy. Even assassins, who lived in the shadows, could live so openly in the world. This showed their arrogance and strength. Lastly, there were many countries in this world, but none of them were powerful. They did not even start a war. The military and the police were probably just there to maintain law and order. All kinds of problems were left to the Hunter Association and the hunters to solve. That was the main reason why the Hunter Association was so powerful. Meteor Street, Hunter Association, Phantom Troop. This seems to be the world of an anime called Hunter equals X Hunter. Ito leaned back on the chair behind him, frowning and thinking about this information. Fortunately, Ito had already experienced the world of anime, so he was mentally prepared. He only paused for a moment and continued to think about what he could do in this world. First of all, the problem of money is easy to solve. I could go to the Sky Arena and solve the housing problem. Then, when it's about time, I'll take the Hunter assessment. That place will definitely become one of the gathering points of the world's power. No matter if the story unfolds or not, as long as I'm there, I'll be able to collect a lot of world's power. Ito's eyes flashed fiercely when he thought of this. After experiencing the days in Meteor Street, Ito did not have any resistance to killing people. He did not have any concerns about killing people to absorb the world's power like he did in the original world. Alright, there's also a power system called telekinesis in this world. It feels similar to the so-called chi and spiritual power. However, chi and spiritual power are external, while telekinesis is internal. The two seem to complement each other. Also, the assassination technique used to beat up enemies is very interesting. Maybe I can learn it. Ito touched his chin and thought to himself. After a while, Ito decided on some of his plans for this world. He booked an airship ticket to the Sky Arena online and left the internet cafe for a hotel near the airport. This was also one of the things that Ito felt strange. There were planes, but the main means of air transportation was actually an airship. 3 days later, Ito took an airship to the sky arena. Looking at the sky arena that reached into the clouds, Ito could only sigh at the wonders of this world. He did not know how such a tall building was built in the first place. He quickly walked to the lobby of the sky arena. What entered his eyes was a long line of people. Some were tall, some were thin, some were fierce, some were evil, some were strange, and some were different. They were all lining up to register. Of course, with so many people, there were all kinds of strange birds. In the resting area next to the long line, there were a few people who did not like each other and fought fiercely until their heads bled. The service speed of the sky arena was quite fast. Soon, it was Ito's turn. Ito filled in his information on the form and took the number plate from the waiter to the competition hall on the first floor. When Ito pushed open the heavy door, a wave of heat accompanied by loud noises assaulted him. Ito, who was not prepared, frowned and entered the hall. What came into view was a dense crowd of people sitting in the stands around the huge arena. Regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, they were all shouting crazily for the two sides that were in the middle of the competition. Ito walked down the stairs until he found a place to sit down. Only then did he have the heart to look at the situation in the arena. In the ring, a burly man who was about 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, a naked upper body, and a Mohican hairstyle, rushed towards his opponent with a ferocious look on his face. It was a fat guy who was shorter than him by half a body. The bare-chested brother rushed to the front of the fat man and fiercely opened his arms. He fiercely grabbed the fat man's fat waist and threw him upside down. The fat man's head was fiercely smashed to the ground. With a loud bang, the fat man's face was badly mutilated and he fell on the stage. Contestant number ***** wins. Please go up to the 30th floor. The referee observed the fat guy's situation and said to the man, "Roar." The man borrowed the referee's proof, raised his arms and roared at the surrounding audience, causing the audience to cheer enthusiastically. Only then did he turn around and leave the arena with a complacent look on his face. Then there were a few more matches, and soon it was Ito's turn. Contestant number ***** and contestant number *****, please come to the arena. On the 4 big screens above the arena on the first floor, the information of the 2 contestants was immediately displayed. Ito slowly walked to the arena. At this time, his opponent had been waiting for him for a long time. Seeing Ito, Lai laughed wildly. "Boy, this is not a place you should be. Hurry up and admit defeat and beg for mercy. Maybe you can escape unscathed. Otherwise, when I show my power, be careful that you don't lose an arm or a leg. Do whatever you want if you have the ability." Ito replied indifferently. His opponent hadn't met Snorlax, one of the 3 in this world. Ito wasn't interested in him at all. However, in order to be careful, Ito didn't underestimate his opponent. "Begin." Seeing both contestants enter the arena, the referee waved his hand and shouted, "Boy, since you won't listen to my advice, then let me show you the cruelty of the fighting world." His opponent grinned maliciously as he rushed towards Ito. Ito just stood there indifferently. It wasn't until his opponent was about to touch his body that Ito lifted his leg and dodged his opponent's attack. Then, he chopped the back of his opponent's neck with a karate chop. His opponent fainted on the arena. Seeing this, the referee hurriedly ran to the arena to check on his opponent's condition. Then, he shouted, "Contestant number ***** wins. Proceed to the 35th floor." Ito took the proof, turned around, and left with a calm expression. "Go to Dragon Sky. There's a bunch of gods there." Chapter 27. 10 days later, Ito was living in the rooms prepared for the players on the 180th floor of the Sky Arena. Ito took out a yellow talisman from his storage space and activated it with his spiritual force. The yellow talisman silently turned to ashes and a green light appeared on Sei Ito's body. It took a while before it disappeared and returned to normal. Phew! Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take to recover from this injury, Sei Ito thought with some lingering fear. Speaking of the origin of this talisman, it had to be mentioned when Yi Tengxing was cultivating at his shrine. During that period of cultivation, one of Sei Ito's homework was to go to the shrine's sutra pavilion to read ancient books and unique books. There was a lot of information about the yin-yang technique recorded there, from its origin to its development to its application, and so on. A few of them attracted Sei Ito's attention. One was that the origin of the yin-yang technique was the yin-yang school of the Warring States. During the Han Dynasty, Japan had obtained an incomplete version of the yin-yang technique when they went away. The second was the yin-yang technique of the Taoist school, which was passed down from the Tang Empire to Japan. When Sei Ito saw these two pieces of information, he had a different idea. It had to be known that the yin-yang technique of the Japanese was mainly used for blessing, removing spirits, barriers, and summoning ghosts. Compared to China's Taoist school of Taoism, the application method was not complete. Although Japan had developed many details of these four techniques, they were very unique. Therefore, Sei Ito thought that since he had spiritual force, he could use it to make some Taoist things, such as talismans. With this idea in mind, Sei Ito began to look for things related to Taoism in the Sutra Pavilion. Of course, he wasn't counting on these things. The internet was also a very convenient way. With the effort of others, Sei Ito tried out a few useful talismans from the real and fake information. The rejuvenation talisman was one of them, but he didn't know how powerful it was compared to Taoist talismans. As for the injuries on his body, he had to talk about Ito Sei's life in the Sky Arena these days. Since the day he finished the first level, Sei Ito relied on his superb skills and quick reactions to easily reach the 100th level. At the same time, he obtained a considerable amount of income. After that, Ito Sei used the probing function of the Rubik's Cube and used the gambling window of the Sky Arena to buy the victory of himself and the players he favored. In the process, Ito Sei made a lot of money. When he reached the 180th floor, Ito Sei's total income had exceeded 10 billion rings. However, when he reached the 190th floor from the 180th floor, Ito Sei met a difficult opponent for the first time, a guy who could use his mind. Memory division. On the 180th level of the arena, Sei Ito and his opponent stood opposite each other. Sei Ito's opponent was a guy with a slender body like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of human skin. He was bald, his eyes deep and his eye sockets flashing with a fierce light. His upper body was a sleeveless shirt, and his lower body was a set of loose silk pants. A palm-wide cloth was wrapped tightly around his waist, and his feet were bare. After the two of them had gone through the first few rounds of probing each other, they determined that the other was the strongest opponent they had ever met. They gradually put down the little thoughts in their hearts and seriously faced each other. "Kid, not bad. You're the strongest opponent I have ever met. I originally thought that I wouldn't have to use this trick, but I didn't expect that I would still have to use it. Pray that you don't die under my Iku's hands." The thin and tall man, Iku, opened his mouth, a scarlet color flashing in his mouth as he laughed sinisterly. "If you have any means, just use it. If I die under your hands, I can only blame myself for not being as good as you." Sei Ito calmly stared into Iku's eyes and said, "Good, then I, Iku, will send you to heaven." Iku said. His body suddenly disappeared, and as if he had teleported, he appeared in front of Sei Ito. Both of his palms stretched out and attacked Sei Ito. Sei Ito looked at Iku, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. His pupils shrunk. This kind of speed was clearly beyond the limits of humans. Sei Ito was the first time that he had encountered an existence that could crush him with this kind of speed. However, Sei Ito didn't lose his fighting spirit. He quickly raised his hands to block in front of his chest, preparing to defend against Iku's attack. However, the imagined collision between flesh and flesh did not appear. Instead, A huge force that he had never encountered before exploded on Seito's arms, and fiercely sent Seito flying. If Seito's body had not been modified to be somewhat inhuman, then Seito's arms would not only be numb, but also fractured. Seito was sent flying in space, and before he could fall, Iku had already arrived beside him. Both of his hands pressed on Seito's abdomen, and a huge force blasted down. Bang! Seito's body instantly fell to the ground, creating a human-shaped hole in the arena made of hard stone. Smoke and dust were flying in the air, blocking everyone's line of sight. Kiki! Seito coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining Seito's clothes red. What kind of attack is this? How can it be so powerful? Seito thought in his mind and struggled to stand up. His arms were numb and hanging down as if they were crippled. I didn't expect you to be able to stand up under the attack of my telekinesis. Your body is really hard. Iku tilted his head and looked at Ito, who was standing in the middle of the smoke and dust with interest. Thought. This is thought. Ito heard Iku's words and frowned. And you actually know about thought? Iku said with some surprise. Yes, this is thought. This is the thought that I have painstakingly cultivated since the last time I suffered a crushing defeat on the 200th floor. I originally thought that I would not be able to meet someone who could make me use thought before the 200th floor. But you are an accident. But this is also good. I will use your blood to announce the return of Iku. Iku said with a somewhat savage smile. Humph. Ito coldly snorted and mobilized the spiritual power in his body to restore the perception of his arms, and used chi to restore his physical strength. But since I have already used thought, this match is already over. Now I will give you one last chance. Admit defeat or be killed by me. Iku said, Come on, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Seito slightly raised his arms, and his trembling hands clenched into fists as he shouted, Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Iku was irritated by Seito's words and disappeared from the ring again. Seito slightly closed his eyes and magnified his perception and concentrated his mind. A black and white picture gradually appeared in his mind, and he saw a black shadow suddenly appear behind him. Seito instinctively dodged the opponent's attack. Oh, coincidence? Iku said in surprise and continued to attack. But in the following attacks, although there were still attacks that fell on Seito's body, most of the ordinary attacks were dodged. You think this is enough? I am a release element. Iku's heart flashed with a trace of pride, and once again appeared near Seito, but this time he didn't attack in front of him. Another unimaginable force blasted Seito's body, and Seito's body was once again uncontrollably thrown out. 7 hits, the referee shouted. Pong! Seito's body naturally fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Remove filth. Reincarnation Pure Land. Vudra. Tranquility. Like Vudra, everything is tranquility. Seito fell to the ground and listened to the referee shouting the number beside him. In his mind, he quickly chanted the incantation of the yin-yang technique and blessed himself. First, he lessened his pain, cleared his distracting thoughts, and then continued to chant. Return. Universal. Vudra. After strengthening his defense, he struggled to get up. You can still get up. I really admire your perseverance. But if you were lying there, you wouldn't have to suffer so much. Now, go back to lying there. Iku's face showed an impatient expression and fiercely attacked. The mental map once again appeared in his mind, and without distracting thoughts, he could better control his body's movements. The Vajra body's physical body could cooperate with his thoughts to the greatest extent, so Iku's attacks didn't succeed for a while, even if there were telekinetic attacks in between. But after all, there was still a difference in strength. After Iku increased the frequency and speed of his telekinetic attacks, Seito was finally sent flying in the air again, and Iku took 3 points, ending the match. Looks like there's no point in continuing the match without telekinesis. I'll earn some money and take the hunter exam. It's about time. Ito stopped reminiscing and planned in his heart. Chapter 28. After spending more than half a month in the Sky Arena, Ito continued to gamble with the money he had. When Ito was about to leave for the hunter exam venue, the money he had reached 15 billion rings. It was more than enough to support Ito's plan. Moreover, he still had to return here after the hunter exam. According to the direction of the flow of the world's power, Ito easily arrived at the city where the hunter exam venue was located. However, the hunter exam had not started yet, so Ito had to stay in a hotel in the city and prepare for all kinds of problems he might encounter during the exam. For example, there were rejuvenation talismans for healing, detoxification talismans for detoxification, tranquility talismans for calming the mind, and some simple magical tools that were carved with yin-yang enchantments on some special materials. Of course, there was also a Japanese longsword for self-defense. After all, he didn't know if it was a year in the original storyline, so he didn't know what he would encounter during the exam. As long as he brought a weapon, the Evetung family sword skills would come in handy. When all the preparations were done, there was less than a day before the exam. Ito walked towards the exam venue according to the concentration of the world's power in his mind. Soon, he arrived at a barbecue restaurant that looked very ordinary. Ito pushed the door open and walked in. Ito looked inside and knew that there was a code to be answered. Ito didn't get the code, so he just ordered some drinks under the waiter service and sat by the side to observe. A few more groups of people came in and noticed that whenever a customer asked for a specific dish or request, the waiter would always lead the customer to a door in the corner and leave them alone. Ito knew that was the way to the exam venue. He got up and walked to the waiter and ordered according to the code. Although the waiter was a little surprised by Ito's sudden appearance, he still led Ito to the room that was prepared in advance. After entering the room, he saw a table full of prepared dishes. Ito sat down and started eating without hesitation. When Ito was almost done eating, there was a sudden ding sound in the room. The room turned dark and a red indicator light on the wall flashed. The door appeared on the wall immediately. Ito got up and pushed the door open. Instantly, an oppressive and restless atmosphere shrouded Ito. Ito looked at the participants in the venue. Each of them looked strong and ferocious. Even if they weren't that, they all looked very confident, and the fact that they came here without the test. After all, a hunter's job required a lot of luck. A short and fat man in a suit who looked like a bean bun from afar walked up to Ito with a big bag full of round tags. "Here, this is your number tag." "Thank you." Ito took the number plate in his hand and looked at the number on it. It read 078. After keeping the number tag, Ito found a corner and leaned against it. He closed his eyes and rested. He was still thinking about the answer that had eluded him for the past few days. Is it really okay to kill people for the sake of world energy? Ito had gone through the days in Meteor Street, and he had drawn out the ruthlessness and violence in his personality. After breaking through the psychological barrier of killing, he no longer cared about ending the lives of his enemies. However, Ito couldn't do it for the time being. At least, he hadn't reached that stage yet. That was why Ito had been hesitating and struggling for the past few days. However, one thing was for sure. As long as they were his enemies in the exam, Ito wouldn't feel guilty about killing them. After all, according to the standards of Meteor Street, it was very scary if the enemy didn't get rid of them. Who knew when they would take your life? Time passed quickly. Ito, who was resting with his eyes closed, felt the door open and close countless times. The hall of the exam venue was bustling like a wet market. Some of the people just stood there and gave Ito a sense of danger. The feeling that he could lose his life if he wasn't careful made Ito very uncomfortable. For example, number 44, who was laughing hysterically from time to time, not far away. Ito knew his name. At the same time, he was also sure that this exam was the beginning of the storyline. The guy had left a deep impression on him when he watched the anime in the main world. He was called Caesar. There was also the guy whose face was full of nails and wasn't afraid of getting his head pierced. Although that guy's name was familiar, it wasn't as eye-catching as Caesar's. Therefore, he didn't have a deep impression of him. After another half a day, a series of ling-ling-ling-ling sounds were heard. Then, a hole opened in the wall near the ceiling of the room. A man in a casual suit with a strange mustache walked out of the hole. He looked down at all the candidates and said, "The hunter exam has officially begun." After that, he jumped down from the roof and bent slightly like a British butler to lead the way. He pointed at the passage and said, "Everyone, please come this way. I have to ask for your opinion first. The hunter exam has a very harsh part. Therefore, you may be injured or even killed due to bad luck or lack of strength. There are also fights like the ones between the candidates just now. Those who want to back out, please leave. Those who are not afraid of death, please follow me," the examiner said as he walked. In an instant, the examiner's words were like a sharp sword that pierced into the hearts of many examinees, causing some of the originally confident examinees to waver. Hesitating, a hesitant expression emerged on their faces. But as before, not a single person gave up. The examiner saw that no one backed out and said with a smile, "I understand. All 405 candidates will participate in the first test." As the examiner said that, he suddenly quickened his pace. Although he still looked like he was walking, the candidates had already started a run to catch up with his footsteps. At this time, Sei Ito, who had fallen into the crowd, looked a little confused. It was because the Rubik's Cube had just sent him a message. Kill all the candidates and ruin the exam. You could get a huge amount of the power of the world. Kill the purple world's favored candidate, Caesar. You could get a huge amount of the power of the world. Kill the blue world's favored candidate, Jigurata. You can get a huge amount of the power of the world. Kill the deep purple world's favored candidates, Xiaojiang and Kia. You could get a huge amount of the power of the world. Kill the purple world's favored candidate, Kalapika and Liolio. You can get a huge amount of the power of the world. Kill the green world's favored candidate, the examiner of the hunter exam. You could get a huge amount of the power of the world. Seito was speechless as he looked at the messages that kept flashing in his mind. Although it seemed easy to kill all the candidates, there was a crazy person like Caesar among the candidates. How could he kill all of them? It was possible to kill all the candidates other than those who gave him a sense of danger. However, he would definitely provoke the crazy Caesar and attract the attention of the Hunter Association. He could basically give up on this option. Needless to say, he did not have Nian. If he were to fight Caesar, who had Nian for many years and was considered a top expert in this world, it would be suicide. Also, Jigurata was not someone he could remember. After that, he was the main character of this world. Who knew what would happen if he were to attack him? Would the examiner intervene directly, or would Caesar do it on a whim? The outcome was obvious. Although this option seemed simple, it was impossible now. Should he kill the examiner? First of all, he would not be a match for the examiner. After killing him, he would be hunted down by the Hunter Association if he did not have the strength of Caesar. Killing the examiner during the exam was like slapping the association in the face. If they did not deal with him on the surface, he would definitely suffer in secret. Therefore, it seemed like only Liolio and Kalapika had the possibility of killing him. However, he had a spare Xiaojiang. However, the key was that he did not have any grudges against them. How could he kill them? He sighed helplessly and continued to follow the examiner. He hoped that things would work out in the end. Chapter 29. A few hours later, the passageway still seemed to have no end. Only the running footsteps of the many examinees could be heard in the pitch-black passageway, as well as the sound of everyone's breathing. At this time, Ito Sei, who had been following at the end of the line unhurriedly, noticed the change around him. A guy who was dressed like Zhou Libo and looked like Zhou Libo, but was fatter, was sweating profusely. His eyes were dull, and he was walking mechanically. It seemed that he was about to fall out of the line. At this moment, 3 guys dressed like a circus troupe with a bunch of tattoos on their faces ran up to the fat guy and started mocking him. Hey, you knew. You're so useless. We've only been running for 6 hours. This is the first time I've seen someone who can't do it. This is so embarrassing. You're the most useless guy I've ever seen. You're the weakest person I've ever seen in the hunter test. You're too weak. Stupid pig, go home and eat old rice. The 3 of them said harsh words one after another, exaggerating some objective facts to attack the fat guy's mentality until he collapsed on his knees. Seito and the other candidates watched the 3 of them in silence. Seito thought to himself, if all the candidates are like this, it doesn't matter if I kill them. For a moment, Ito-sei seemed to have made up his mind. His eyes changed, and he slowed down his pace, moving closer to the 3 people. Shara, good job. Donba, who was known as the rookie killer, praised the 3 of them. Well said. I don't think that kid will come back again. He's actually quite promising, one of the 3 said. Lying to hurt people really makes my heart ache. The one who looked like the eldest of the 3 brothers joked with a teasing tone. Donba, you're best at seeing through other people's weaknesses, another one of the 3 said. That's my only goal in life, Donba said proudly. At this moment, there was a change in front of the passageway. An endless flight of stairs replaced the cement road, extending upwards with no end in sight. While everyone's attention was attracted, Ito-sei instantly came to the side of the 3 brothers. His hand turned into a black shadow and flashed instantly. Then he turned around and did the same thing behind the other 2 guys. Then he looked at Donba, who was obviously on guard against him. When he got close to the 3 brothers, he had already run ahead. Only then did he speed up and return to the group. As for the 3 brothers, they continued to run with the team as if nothing had happened. However, they did not notice that as they ran, their breathing began to become heavy and rapid. Their originally sweatless bodies began to sweat, as if they had begun to push themselves to their limits. As the stairs became steeper and steeper, the stamina consumption also became greater and greater. More and more examinees began to fall from the line, lying on the stairs weakly as they gasped for breath. However, Seito did not attack again. Instead, he quickly passed by them and chased after the team in front. Behind him, the 3 brothers also fell to the ground with pale faces after a long climb. Then, the 3 of them felt an immense pain from their hearts at the same time. It felt like they were being bitten by millions of ants. The 3 of them curled up in pain and twitched all over. Donba, who saw all of this, had a look of horror in his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something, and his face was instantly covered in cold sweat. The 3 brothers quickly left and chased after the team without looking back. After a moment, the 3 of them screamed hoarsely and their lives ended. Killed 3 examinee brothers. Received less power of the world. No matter what, the 3 brothers were still at the level of minor characters. As characters who were more important than ordinary people in the operation of the world, they had more or less gathered some power of the world. Seito did not pay attention to the Rubik's Cube's information. He just ran silently. Finally, after running for an unknown amount of time, and no one cared about the passage of time, a bright spot suddenly appeared in front of them. All of the examinees became alert and knew that the exit was near. Sure enough, after running for quite some distance, the examinees finally ran out of the long tunnel that seemed to have no end. What welcomed them was an endless forest and warm sunlight. "What is this place?" an examinee asked loudly as he looked at the forest in front of him. "This is the Lost Beauty Wetland. Most people call it the Swindler's Lair. This is the path that you must pass to enter the second experiment venue." The examiner looked at the examinee and smiled. "This wetland has many rare birds and beasts that are not found in the outside world. Most of them live by eating human flesh and are cunning and greedy by nature. Everyone, please follow me closely. If you accidentally fall into a trap, you will die." Hearing the examiner's words, the examinee's expressions became tense. On the other hand, Ito secretly moved his finger. A weak spiritual energy shot towards the examiner and attached itself to his body. Although Ito did it very secretly, the spiritual energy's aura still attracted a few people's attention. After all, spiritual energy was very similar to telepathy to a certain extent. Among them were Ito, Jigu, and the examiner himself. However, the examiner did not pay any attention to them. He only glanced at Ito. On the other hand, Ito looked at Ito with an interested expression. It looked very ambiguous. Jigu twisted his machine-like neck and made a kaka sound before ignoring Ito. When Ito realized that he had been noticed by Ito, his expression became tense. He ignored him and prepared to follow closely behind the examiner. He did not want to be played to death by Ito in the wetland. Bang! The tunnel behind them was blocked by a metal door. All the examinees who had yet to come out were sealed inside. The creatures in the wetland will unscrupulously hunt for split objects to enter their stomachs. They can deceive split objects to obtain items. This unique environment has given the wetland the nickname Deceiver's Lair. Please be careful and follow closely behind me, the examiner said sternly to the examinees. Just when some of the examinees were disagreeing with the examiner's words, a shout was heard. He's a liar. This person is lying. Then a person covered in injuries walked out from the side. He pointed at the examiner and shouted, "This person is an imposter. He's not the real examiner. The real examiner is me." Imposter? What's going on? One of the examinees asked. That person is? Another examinee looked between the two of them in confusion. If you don't believe me, look. It's a human-faced ape that lives in the Lost Beauty wetland. The human-faced ape loves to eat human flesh. However, because its limbs are thin and weak, it often works overtime to disguise itself as a human. It will lure humans into the wetland and join forces with other creatures to hunt for food. This guy's goal is to kill all the examinees who are participating in the exam. The injured man explained loudly. However, there were obviously many loopholes in his story. He had already taken the initiative to disrupt the examinees' thoughts and make them unable to distinguish the truth. For example, as an examiner, how could he be defeated by the human-faced ape? Was his strength fake? If he didn't have the strength, how could he bring the examinees to the second exam venue? All right, we can say that there is a safe passage. But if they could defeat you, why didn't they eat you? Even if you were skilled enough to escape, what's up with the human-faced ape in your hands? If two human-faced apes were able to beat you up like this, then how could they have let you escape? In short, there were many questions that puzzled the examinees. Just when the examinees couldn't distinguish who was real and who was fake, a few poker cards suddenly flew out. A portion of them accurately flew in front of the injured man and stabbed into his face without any suspense. Another portion flew towards the examiner and was caught by him. Finally, two poker cards flew towards Ito and were dodged by Ito. Chapter 30. Oh, Caesar laughed maniacally after throwing out the cards. Moments later, the wounded man's body began to change. His real body shrunk, and his limbs became slender. Following that, his face changed. Moments later, he took on the appearance of a human-faced ape. If one didn't pay attention, he really did look similar to the examiner. The answer is revealed. Caesar pointed at the examiner and said, "This one here is the real deal. The examiner is appointed by the review committee, and the current hunter is appointed by the current hunter. With the power of a current hunter, there's no way he can't dodge my attack. But next time, no matter what reason you have, as long as you attack me in any way, it will be seen as disobeying the examiner, and I will immediately disqualify you from taking the exam. Do you understand?" The examiner stared at Caesar sternly and warned. "Yes, yes," Caesar replied nonchalantly, obviously not taking the examiner's warning to heart. When he retreated to the group, he smiled ambiguously at Ito, sending chills down Ito's spine. Suddenly, the sound of birds flapping their wings could be heard. Soon after, several huge birds picked up the corpse of the dead human-faced ape and landed on the ground. The several huge birds on the ground quickly gathered together and started to gnaw on the corpse. "That's the fate of the loser," the examiner said. All the examinees felt their hearts tremble in fear again. "I can't stand it anymore," Leo said unhappily. "I think his goal is to create panic so he could take a few people as prey. This kind of life-risking scam was staged all the time, day and night. I guess some of you have been influenced by him and are suspecting my identity, right?" The examiner said as he took the lead. "Let's go to the venue of the second round of the examination." The examiner's speed had returned to the same speed as when he was in the tunnel. As he sped up, the examiner's speed far exceeded the examinee's limit. In a few breaths, the examiner disappeared from the examinee's sight. Seito increased his speed the moment the examiner sped up, following closely behind. Although he could no longer see the examiner after a short distance, he did not slow down. He continued to move in one direction, where Seito could clearly feel a pulse of spiritual energy. Fortunately, Seito had made a mark beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been like the other examinees, running around aimlessly like a headless fly. It would have been troublesome if Caesar found him. The roads in the wetlands were muddy, and there could be deadly swamp traps in the mud everywhere. Even if there were no swamps, there could be ferocious beasts lurking in the mud, ready to deal a fatal blow to anyone who stepped on it. If one didn't want to walk through the mud and had to find another path, they would find that the seemingly harmless plants could be silent killers, tying up and devouring any human who passed by. Other than these, there were also ferocious animals lurking in the dark corners, waiting for the right time to launch a fatal attack to get their food today. Although Seito was moving in the direction of the mark, he still couldn't avoid the three types of attacks. This was even after Seito had made ample preparations and avoided a lot of trouble. At some point, a thin layer of fog had appeared in the forest. As the examinees ventured deeper, the fog became thicker and thicker. In the end, it reached the point where the examinees couldn't see each other. This greatly increased the difficulty of the examination, causing the casualties among the examinees to increase once again. At the same time, it also made it convenient for Caesar, who was so stimulated by the fresh blood that he wanted to kill. Caesar's eyes narrowed as he laughed wantonly. He licked the poker card in his hand and instantly disappeared into the fog, beginning his hunting game. The miserable cries of the examinees caused the atmosphere in the fog to become even more eerie and terrifying. In the fog, Caesar waved his arms from time to time, shooting out the poker cards in his hand, killing or injuring the examinees near or far. As long as he could satisfy his perverted desires, he didn't care if the examinees were dead or alive. The massacre didn't affect Shisua's footsteps. As the massacre progressed, Shisua quickly arrived in front of Kalapika, Leo, and the other candidates. That violent killing intent seriously suppressed everyone's nerves, causing them to not dare to move at all, afraid that they would provoke that pervert and be buried here. I originally planned to come and stretch my muscles during the second round of the examination, but the first round was too boring, so I decided to help the examiner. I'll help him appraise you. Caesar laughed lightly as the poker cards in his hands moved back and forth like a magician. You'll appraise? How laughable. Don't you see how thick the fog is? Once you get separated from the main examiner, you won't be able to return to him. In other words, you'll be eliminated like us. One of the examinees roared unhappily, but what greeted him was a poker card flying at him. Before he could react, it ruthlessly stabbed into his head, killing him. Before you die, I'll leave you with a sentence. Nothing is impossible for a magician. Caesar's words were full of confidence as he stated, Murderous demon, you don't have the right to be a hunter. I'll make sure you can't appear in the examination hall now. Another examinee shouted angrily, I'm guessing that you all can share a poker card. Caesar smiled with a face full of killing intent. Listen to your nonsense. A few of the examinees shouted angrily together, launching attacks at Caesar. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Caesar's strength. Caesar simply dodged a few times and killed all of them with the poker cards in his hand. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Caesar, whose killing intent had been ignited, did not waste any time talking nonsense with the other examinees. He laughed maniacally as he charged into the crowd, waving the bloody poker cards in his hand as he slaughtered his way through the crowd. In just a few moments, all the examinees in the back of the hall were cleared, leaving only Kalapica, Leo, and another examinee. However, the three of them were strong-willed and were not affected by Caesar's massacre. After the three of them quietly discussed their strategy, Kalapica suddenly shouted, "Split up and run." Then, the three of them ran in 3 different directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Caesar stopped in his tracks, holding his chin as he counted down with interest. "Then I'll give you 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Time's up. Who should I play with first?" Just as Caesar was about to decide who to kill first, Leo suddenly returned to the center of the hall. His eyes were serious, and his face was filled with displeasure. "I can't do it. My manners are not good enough to tolerate this kind of nonsense." "Leo, idiot," Kalapica and another examinee said at the same time. "You have a good eye," Caesar said as he looked at Leo. Caesar said, looking at Leo. He easily dodged Leo's attack. Just as he was about to grab Leo's neck, a ball-shaped object suddenly appeared and hit Caesar's face with lightning speed. Caesar's face was knocked to the side, allowing Leo to escape from Caesar's grasp. Caesar and Leo looked in the direction of the attack at the same time. Xiao Gang, who was wearing a green shirt and green shorts with his hair standing straight up, appeared there with a fishing rod in his hand. The ball-shaped object that attacked Caesar was the fishing rod ticket. "Not bad, little brother." "Fishing rod? Your weapon is very interesting. Can you let me have a look?" Caesar asked. "Bastard, your opponent is me," Leo shouted, trying to get Caesar's attention. He swung the iron rod in his hand at Caesar. Caesar did not even turn his head. He clenched his left hand into a fist and attacked from below. Leo's attack was neutralized, and Leo fainted on the ground. Seeing Leo fall to the ground, Xiao Gang waved his fishing rod and attacked Caesar without hesitation. However, the difference between the two was too great. Before the attack could reach Caesar, Caesar disappeared from Xiao Gang's sight. Then, Xiao Gang felt something tighten around his neck. Caesar had already grabbed him. "You came to save your friend too. What a good kid." Kalapica also returned to the hall and was noticed by Caesar. Caesar put Xiao Gang down and squatted on the ground. He smiled at Xiao Gang and said, "Don't worry. I didn't kill him because he passed." Yes, you passed too. Be a good hunter." "Caesar, it's time for you to come back. It looks like the second round is about to end." Caesar's phone rang, and an unfamiliar voice came from the receiver. "Okay, I'll be right there." He hung up the phone and smiled at Xiao Gang. You really can't live without a companion. Then, he carried Leo and gradually disappeared into the thick fog. These few chapters were in the exam stage, so it was inevitable to include some original content. Moreover, the scenes were indeed very classic. It happened to be the first manifestation of the relationship between the three of them, so it had to be written. If there was more original content, I would have written more. Please forgive me. There was probably one more chapter. Above. Chapter 31. At the location of the second round of examination, the examiner of the first round was hiding on a tree, observing the candidates like a monkey. Seito was resting under a tree not far away from him. Time gradually approached noon. The only large building in the venue, a huge storehouse-like building, emitted a series of gulu, gulu, goo sounds. Every minute, a loud gulu, gulu, gulu sound would resound, causing the candidates to be bewildered and at the same time become cautious. Suddenly, the huge iron door that had been tightly shut all this time was opened from the inside. A loud gulu, gulu sound seemed to resound beside one's ear. Soon after, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, a man and a woman appeared in the warehouse-like room. The petite female, wearing a short-sleeved netted jacket and shorts, her hair tied in 4 to 5 small braids, ignored the candidates that appeared in front of her and spoke to the ridiculously tall fatty. "How is it? You must be starving, right?" "You should know that I'm starving." The tall fatty was half a body taller than the average person just by sitting down. He sat behind the petite woman and said with grievance, "Therefore, the topic of the second round of examination is cooking." The petite female then turned her head to the candidates and said, "Candidates, please prepare your cooking ingredients to satisfy us 2 food hunters." Cooking. The candidates were flabbergasted when they heard the examination topic. In their minds, food hunters should be focused on battle, therefore the examination topic should also be focused on battle. They didn't expect the second round to be so creative, it actually tested on cooking. Firstly, I would like to invite all of you to cook the dishes I've designated. The huge fatty examiner said, "Only those who pass this examination can continue to cook the dishes I've designated." The petite female examiner continued, "As long as both of us agree that it's delicious, we'll pass the second examination." The female examiner said, "The deadline will be when both of us are full. The menu I want is..." Without giving the candidates any time to think, the male examiner said, "My favorite, roasted pig. As long as it's a pig found in the forest, any type is fine." "All right, the second round of examination begin," the female examiner announced loudly. When the examinees heard the order, they immediately rushed out and began to search for the pig, this kind of creature. Very quickly, the examinees found the only type of pig that existed in the forest. It was the porcupine wild pig, which had the reputation of having the worst temper in the world. The porcupine wild boar's speed and its gigantic body were indeed intimidating and dangerous to the others. But it was not a problem for the participants of the hunter examination. Each of them used their own methods to kill the porcupine wild boar and roast it on the spot. There was no need for seasoning at all. Ito also went with the flow. He easily killed a porcupine wild boar and cleaned it up. Then, he roasted it over the bonfire. Similarly, the examinees' roasted pigs took about the same amount of time to ripen. Everyone held up their roasted pigs and ran back to the huge warehouse, acting with the sinister intention of letting the examiners eat their fill first and not letting anyone else pass. However, the examinees had obviously underestimated the examiner's appetite. After eating 70 whole roasted pigs that were 1/5 the size of his body, the examiner officially announced that he was full. In other words, 70 people passed the first half of the second round of the examination. I'm different from Bohara. I'm very strict, so it won't be easy for me to pass the examination. The female examiner, Min Shi, said to the remaining examinees after announcing the results of the first half of the examination. For the second half of the second round of the examination, the menu I'll be offering is sushi. Min Shi announced enthusiastically. Sushi. Almost all of the examinees were stunned. In a world without a country like Japan, sushi was almost a legend. Sushi. Ito frowned. Although he was Japanese, as a native of China, how could he know how to make sushi? However, he often saw sushi being made in food programs on AC. Although he could remember the steps and ingredients, the taste, look at your confused expressions. But it's no wonder, it's a traditional dish from some island country. Min Shi led the examinees into the warehouse and said, "But I'll give you a hint. Take a look inside. This is where you make the dishes. The props in front of you are the essential vinegar rice for sushi. We've prepared it for you. Also, I'll give you another hint. We only recognize sushi in sushi. Now please start. When I'm full, the competition will be over. Before that, you can make as much as you want." After announcing the requirements of the examination, Min Shi sat back on the sofa and leaned against the door of the examinees, thinking hard. Among them, Hanzo, with his flamboyant personality, couldn't help but snicker when he saw Leo's hands holding the vinegar rice, attracting everyone's attention. He was clearly telling everyone that he knew about sushi, and he knew how to make it. At this time, Kalapika, who was beside him, used his extraordinary knowledge to tell everyone what he knew about the ingredients of sushi. However, Leo's loud voice directly shouted it out, letting all the examinees know. Looking at Hanzo's stunned expression, all the examinees were sure that Kalapika was right. In an instant, all the examinees ran out like crazy, found the river, and began to catch fish. Everyone's skills were good, and they quickly caught 1 or 2 fish. Some even caught 3 or 4 fish. After catching the fish, they all rushed back and began to make sushi according to their ideas. Seito came to the counter, reached out for the kitchen knife, and fiercely knocked on the fish's head. He remembered that someone once said that live fish was delicious, so he couldn't kill the fish. He had to knock it unconscious. After that, he used his exquisite technique to swing the knife repeatedly, cutting the fish in the middle of its back and abdomen, directly cutting the fish in half. After washing the blood and dirt with water, he began to use a small knife to remove the big bones of the fish. Then, he used the tip of the knife to scrape the fish meat. After 2 or 3 times, the fish meat was bright red, and he used another knife that was not stained with blood to cut the fish meat into new slices. After the fish was processed, Seito reached out and grabbed a handful of rice. He clasped his hands together and held the rice in a rectangular shape. He gently adjusted his hands a few times, then placed the sliced fish meat on the rice, sprinkled some seasoning, and put it on a small plate to examiner Menchi. At this time, there were a few examinees in front of Menchi, but Menchi tasted it very quickly. After throwing it into her mouth and chewing a few times, she said to the examinees with an unhappy face, "Not qualified." And as time passed, Menchi's face became more and more ugly. Finally, it was Seito's turn. Menchi first looked at Seito's sushi, and when she saw that the shape was not bad, she picked up the sushi and put it into her mouth with a slightly better mood. But when it entered her mouth, Menchi's expression became obviously better, but it was still not good. After chewing for a long time, she said, "Not bad, but still not qualified." Her attitude was not as bad as the other examinees. Seito was speechless and shrugged. He did not expect to pass, so he turned back to the counter and leaned against it, waiting for the next situation. He remembered that no one had passed the exam, and in the end, the president came out and rewrote the exam questions and changed the results. Today's update will be 4 chapters. If there is still the original content tomorrow, it will still be 4 chapters, roughly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.